Right, we've ticked over. We're at the 9:30. IT's all good. Excellent. Good morning and welcome to this council meeting today, which is to give submitters to the annual plan an opportunity to speak to their submission. I'd just like to welcome you guys for all fronting this morning. Well done. We're going to start with our opening karakia. If we could all please stand. Tu tawa mai ronga, tu tawa mai raro, tu tawa mai roto, tu tawa mai wapu. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tāiki. Right, there's no apologies this morning. We've got a full house. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare this morning?
Declare later.
Yep. No announcements by myself. Are there any announcements by management?
None.
Can I have a mover and a seconder for the draft minutes of the council meeting held on the 7th of May 2026, being confirmed as a true and accurate record of the meeting? Councillor Crystal, Councillor Price. I'll now move the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? That's carried. Are there any minor matters not on the agenda for discussion?
I'd like to raise one in relation to centurions.
Centurions. We're going to come back to that later on then?
Well, later.
Tomorrow.
Well, later. Right. Can we just note that for later on? Right, a little bit of housekeeping. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed via Council's YouTube channel. Speakers today will have 5 minutes to present and another 5 minutes to respond to questions from elected members. Submitted presentations must relate directly to their written submission and not introduce new items. The first bell will ring at 4 minutes. Second bell will ring at 5 minutes. And if required, a bell will ring again at 9 minutes, just to let us know that we're getting to the end of time. Right, we'll now commence hearing submitters who have indicated they wish to speak to their submissions. Submitters will be invited to speak when called. If a submitter is not present when called, they will be called again at the end of the session. So we won't miss anyone out there. So first up, I'd like to call Robert Best. Robert, you're going to lead us off for the day, Robert. So we'll pop you up the front here. Yep. I will ask you just to speak into the microphone.
Hello.
Yep, because it is getting recorded and live streamed, and that just helps that out a bit.
Not a problem.
All right.
All good?
Time is yours, yes.
Your Worship and Councillors, I am also representing the 26 residents from Onehunga Road. Unfortunately, we've got another battle to fight down there, and a lot of energy is going in towards that and not this, so I'm representing the road. I can't wait for the day that I can walk my dog in the dark along the footpath lit by street lights along Onehunga Road. I can't wait not to have to pay an insidious water tax. I can't wait to cut off 4 quarter-acre sections so I will not have to mow and look after 1 acre. I can't wait to pay $272 a year to have my place hooked up to the City Council sewage system. So when all that happens, I will be happy to pay full residential rates. If the above does not happen, I will not be happy paying full residential rates. It is not in my fiscal DNA to pay for goods and services that I don't get. I'm sorry, but in my mind, to ask ratepayers to pay a 39% increase over 3 years is bad. To ask rural ratepayers to pay a 47% increase is fiscal mismanagement. I was appalled to read the article in the local paper headed up "Why Napier Must Pay More Rates." Not once in that article did the words "and Napier City Council must cut costs." For those who don't understand business, when you are having fiscal issues, and councils and governments constantly have fiscal issues, the last thing you do is charge your customers more. You look within and make changes to cut costs. The rate increase over the last 3 years says Napier City Council is not doing this. Recent experiences with Napier City Council staff that I have experienced where costs can be cut. Number one, when Napier City Council comes to read my water meter, there are 2 people doing it. Meter reading is a one-man job. 1 person can go. 2, a contractor broke my water pipe. Napier City Council sent 2 plumbers to repair the pipe. 1 fixed it, the other watched and did nothing. 1 plumber can go. Number 3, there have been repairs on the bike track under the expressway by the airport. There have been, for over a month, 2 people doing traffic management, escorting pedestrians and bikes and just checking that thing. I've never seen a pedestrian or a bike run into each other and kill themselves, so why do we have those people there? That would be costing approximately $2,000 a week. These are 3 examples, easily cutting costs. In 1989, which was the last time the local bodies were changed, Napier City Council promised rural ratepayers they would never have to pay full rates. You vote this through, you are breaking a promise. I and a lot of others are on fixed income, so we have to cut costs to fund rate increases. We can't get pay rises. As this gets harder and gets to a point where the only cut is to eat grass 1 day a week, like the North Korean peasants, we will be forced off our land. Please do not vote this through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Are there any questions from the team today? No. Thank you for your time and coming to speak with us, Robert. Right. Next up, Stacey Bailey-Tran.
I'm not going to ask him. Can I bring my husband with me as support?
Absolutely. Yep.
Willie. Kia ora koutou, Mia, councillors and members of the community. My name is Stacey, this is Willie, and we live on Paraiti Road. So I don't wish to stand here and rinse and repeat what others are going to be outlining in their submissions so far. However, I will touch on those because I want to briefly reinforce the significant difference between our rural property and residential properties. We recently built in Paraiti, and like most other rural property owners, we were required to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars upfront to independently install and maintain essential infrastructure solely for our own property. This includes water collection and storage, wastewater and septic systems, and stormwater management. These are not optional investments. They are mandatory requirements for rural living, and they're entirely self-funded and are required by you guys. Each and every year, the cost to maintain those systems, like everything else, is on the rise. An example of last year in spring, we ran out of water due to an extremely dry winter. So summer hadn't even come by that stage, and our tanks were empty. Each load of water cost us $350 for 15,000 litres of water. Once put into our tanks, didn't even make a dent in the levels. On the back of this, our rural setting means should there be a rural fire, the emergency services do not have the luxury of sourcing town supply water from the street when needed, and instead rural residents like us ensure the worst case scenario, we have enough water on our sections to draw upon if needed as fire mitigation, because we are obviously very invested in the safety of our rural homes. We do not have access to public transport. The road is narrow, poorly marked, poorly drained and hazardous. It's an 80 km speed limit area. My children and I would love to leave our home or leave our letterbox to walk our dog, ride our bikes, or just go for a walk. But we don't have the driveway, and instead we play Russian roulette, the driveway, with cars coming up and down the road, and we physically have to jump over the side barriers to avoid being struck by cars who, on our road, are travelling. So there's a bank immediately over the other side of the barrier. So when we jump over, we have to hold on to the barrier to avoid slipping down or falling down the bank. We don't have street lighting to illuminate our roads, and instead I've purchased some Mitre 10 solar lights tonight. So we're commonly targeted by dishonesty offenders. Due to being isolated and rural with no street lighting so that they can better avoid detection. Emergency response times are longer and delayed, meaning they have more time to get away. We also lack fibre connectivity or reliable internet, which in modern society is a base rates for substandard internet. We stand in certain parts of our homes to receive cell phone coverage just to make and receive calls. God forbid there needs to be a time when we need to call for help and we have to walk away from a critical situation such as giving someone CPR in order to find cell phone coverage in our homes to pass on information to emergency services. With the rising cost of living, when things get tough, residential landowners have the luxury of subdividing their properties in efforts to put them in a better financial position. The district plan does not allow for such rural properties the opportunity, and here we are again totally disadvantaged by the Napier City Council. I'm also deeply concerned about this consultation process itself. There was no ability for submitters like us to remain or select remain rural residential. Instead, the process presents only different residential categories, effectively implying that the outcome is predetermined and the only question is which in process. And when council correspondence indicates that the removal of the rural residential category has already taken place, the consultation process offers no pathway to oppose the removal in principle. It creates a clear impression that the process is a formality rather than a meaningful opportunity to influence the outcome. If council is not truly open to reconsidering the decision based on submissions received, that significantly undermines the confidence in transparency, fairness, and integrity of both the process and council decision making more broadly. This proposal disproportionately and unfairly impacts rural and semi-rural ratepayers like ourselves. People who already receive limited services carry significant personal infrastructure costs and are now being asked to shoulder residential level rates without residential level benefits. To give you a clear picture of the impact on my family, we built a home with the intention of having my elderly parents live with us so we could support them through their retirement. This was meant to be our long-term residential or rural home to care for family and to create long-lasting memories with future generations. However, the current situation has placed us under significant financial strain and has effectively made the plan unworkable. We are now forced to consider selling and completely reassessing our future, considering whether we still honour our commitment to continue to have my parents live with us. Compounding this, the property is now less attractive to prospective buyers due to high residential rates, which directly affects its value and saleability. At the same time, we continue to carry substantial rural infrastructure costs that urban homeowners are not exposed to. Together, these factors have left us in a far more difficult financial and personal situation than we ever anticipated. So in closing, this proposal is not just a policy change. It has real and lasting consequences for my family and other families like us. We are being asked to carry greater financial strain without receiving the services or benefits to justify it, also while seeing our future plans and security undermined. I urge the Council to genuinely reconsider this decision, ensure the consultation process is meaningful, and recognise the real and unfair impact this will have on rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the team? Councillor Reihania.
Morena, thank you for the submission and coming in this morning. My question was just around what would constitute meaningful consultation on this matter?
I guess it's just reflected in there. We don't see any other option than you're going to put us into some residential category. There should have been an option to remain where we were. That's meaning that should be your consideration. And maybe that's why you're here.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you guys for coming to present. Well done. Oh, we could try that. Yes. Right. Next up, we have Kerry Ansell.
Yeah.
And his submission is number 57 on page 100, if you're looking for it.
Good morning.
I've come to talk today about the proposal to increase rural ratepayer contributions so that they equal the urban ratepayer contributions. Now, Council are proposing to remove the remaining rating differential from all rural residential ratepayers, thus making rural ratepayers pay the same uniform annual general charge as urban ratepayers. Council proposes that this creates the fairest and most equitable system for rating all properties across the whole rating base. Now, Council officers stated at a meeting on 3rd of March 26 that using a capital value rating system, while likely the most fair and equitable, was inconvenient to implement at the time. Now, I object to this proposal for the following reasons. Council has not properly considered, in my view, or acknowledged the restrictions, and I do deliberately call them restrictions, placed on rural residential properties. Rural residential property owners are prevented by Council from subdividing properties below 1.5 hectares. This places a significant restriction on rural property owners from realising the full economic potential of their properties. An urban ratepayer can subdivide their property and sell off the subdivided portion. Now, this is particularly useful as rate burdens increase and as older and retired ratepayers find it necessary to sell off assets in order to meet the rising costs of living. How, I ask Council, is it fair or equitable for rural ratepayers to pay the same as urban ratepayers when they are prevented from realising the full potential of their property by rules imposed by the same Council? It seems you want to have your cake and eat it too. I don't think that's fair. Rural ratepayers do not receive the full benefits that urban property owners do. I live out on Hill Road in Bayview. There's no footpaths, there's no street lighting, there's minimal, if any, public transport. There's an inability to connect to services such as water, sewage and stormwater. It's not that I don't want to connect to them. I've been there 30 years and this council has not made any provision for people like me to connect, yet you want to charge me for those same services. We have higher road speeds out there. 80 kilometres an hour on a rural road is, you're not out there walking, as you've heard from other people, you don't take your kids out there, you don't walk your dog, you've got to go somewhere else to do it. So how is it fair and equitable to charge rural ratepayers for services they don't, or in my case, cannot receive? Another issue that concerns people, particularly out where I am, is sites of cultural significance. Now, large areas of rural Bayview are to be deemed sites of cultural significance. To date, there's been minimal information divulged as to what exactly constitutes cultural significance. It's very much a case of wait and see. However, by documents I've read on council websites, once fully implemented, the requirement to consider if a property has cultural significance will place additional and onerous requirements on landowners to consult with mana whenua. Now, should a rural landowner want to develop their land, plant or harvest a forest plantation, erect a building or other developments, they may well find themselves tied up in litigation with all of its protracted costs. So how is it fair and equitable that rural landowners will have to deal with local mana whenua, local iwi, or possibly even down to hapu to improve their land when urban ratepayers don't have the same requirements? The capital rating value. At the council meeting of I think it was the 3rd of March, I mentioned earlier, one of your officers said that the capital rating value is the fairest and most equitable system, but it was inconvenient to implement it at the time. Who's it inconvenient for? Is it inconvenient for the council officers or is it inconvenient for the ratepayers? Also at that meeting, the question came up concerning if it was actually legally to enforce the proposed changes on rural ratepayers that council are proposing. And I haven't seen anything, and maybe it's been in a subsequent meeting, but can council confirm that there is actually in fact a legal precedent to enforce costs upon a section of society to pay for services while at the same time depriving them of the benefits of those same services? So it seems clear to me and many other rural residential ratepayers that council is not treating us fairly or equitably. It is my submission that council needs to reconsider the proposal to remove the rural rating differential. And furthermore, in light of the clear inequities the current system imposes on rural residential ratepayers, I believe the council should return to the previous differential that existed more than 3 years ago. That's my submission.
Yeah, thank you, Kerry. Are there any questions for Kerry? Oh, thank you for coming in and speak to us, Kerry. Well done, mate. Never easy. Look, I'd just like to acknowledge it's never easy to get up in front of a whole bunch of suits and ties. So well done for doing so, guys. Next up, we have Michelle Ellison. Sorry, team. Submission 127, page 12.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I oppose your preferred option to remove roading costs from general rates and create a separate charge based on capital value. The council has repeatedly described this proposal as fairer. My submission today is simple. I do not believe the council has demonstrated why this is fair, particularly for residential property owners. Under this proposal, my rates would increase by approximately 36%, while the average increase is said to be 8.8%. Council states this charge will not increase the total amount collected for roading overall, but instead changes the proportion each payer contributes. That statement raises an obvious question. If some households are paying dramatically more for roading, then others must be paying substantially less. So this proposal is not about reducing costs, it is about redistributing costs. And before calling that redistribution fair, council should clearly explain the principles behind that. Currently, roading costs are charged through land value. Now council proposes using capital value instead. But capital value reflects the total value of the property, including improvements such as the house itself. A larger, more valuable home does not necessarily create more traffic, more congestion, wear and tear on roads, or infrastructure costs. I've just lost where I was. A retired couple living in a higher value home may use the roads far less than multiple lower value households with several commuters and vehicles. So what is the actual connection between residential homes and road usage? Council's own explanation refers to higher value properties often having a commercial aspect with vehicles, etc., making greater use of and gaining greater benefit from the road network. That logic makes sense for commercial and industrial properties, businesses, general freight movements, customer traffic, deliveries, staff commuting, and heavier vehicle use. But that logic does not automatically apply to residential homeowners, simply because their property has a higher capital value. Nor does it mean higher disposable income. That is not always true. Many people are asset rich and income poor. Some are retired, some are long-term homeowners whose properties' values have increased due to the market, not because their income has increased or in fact that their valuations are even accurate. The council says it recognises cost pressure on households and wants to keep rates affordable. But affordability should apply to all households, not only some households. Fairness should also mean there is a rational relationship between the charge and what it is funding. I do not believe capital value achieves that for residential properties. My preferred option is retaining the current system. Under status quo, the average increase stated by council of approximately 8.8% would apply consistently across residential ratepayers under the existing methods. The approach is simpler, more predictable, in my view fairer, because residential households are treated equally rather than burdening some homeowners with dramatically larger increases based solely on capital value. Your preferred option creates significant winners and losers without clearly demonstrating why some residential houses should pay suddenly 3 or 4 times more for the same shared roading and infrastructure use, especially when property owners do not control the capital value? Does a $1.5 million residential property create 2 to 3 times more road infrastructure use than an $800,000 residential property? I don't think so. Could the council explain its methodology to suggest that it actually does? Thank you.
Well done. Questions from the team? No, you've said it all well. So no questions, but thank you for coming to speak to us. Right. Next up, we have Richard and Judy Turner. Judy's not here. Trying to work off 2 bits of paper.
It's just me, unfortunately for you lot.
That's all good. Page 14, submission 195.
Yeah, actually, the speakers previous to me have really covered a lot of what I would have said anyway. Thank you, Mayor, councillors and staff that are here for the opportunity. We moved back here just on 10 years ago to get closer to our grandson and retire. We picked a rural atmosphere area, which was Gervillstown, and we built and thoroughly enjoy it. We, a couple of 3 years ago, our rural's wording went down to rural residential. Now, I thought that, well, that's fair enough. I mean, we're in a rural area, but we're also residential because we've got a bunch of houses around us. But what I can't understand is that we chose to be there. We chose that it was going to cost us certainly more money in a way because we've got to have our own sewage system, we've got to have our own water system, and that costs money to run and maintain. We don't get curbside refuse collection and recycling. We have to take it down to the end of McElwee Street cul-de-sac. That's fine, I don't mind that at all. What I can't understand is why we suddenly need to be residential. I mean, what's the name change? If it's only to get a little bit more money, change the decimal point on my rating bill and you'll get your money. But why change to residential? What's the name going to do? I read somewhere where, what prompted me to go here was that our rate input is almost equivalent to residential, and in some places more so. So we might as well just call it residential. That's detracting from the fact that I like to be in a rural area. If I wanted residential, I would have gone into Taradale or into Napier or somewhere like that. I didn't. I wanted to choose somewhere that had an atmosphere about it that was still casual and was, I don't care about not having a footpath, and the people that walk their dogs, we all respect, and we realise that that's part of our ambience of where we live. Changing it to residential means nothing. So my question really is to you people, what are you going to give me if you change the designation to residential? What am I going to get the benefit of paying more rates? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the team? No. Thank you for your time.
Well, why hasn't somebody answered my question?
Well, this is a hearing today, so we're here to listen. That's and I think you've put your case across very well and very passionately, and we certainly appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Next up, Michael Polens. Excuse me if I pronounced that wrong. And submission 201, page 16.
Looks much different here than it does there. Thank you. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm also on the going to speak about the exact same issue. I would have rewritten this completely if I had heard everybody else's presentation first. First thing, stop and think just for a minute how you would respond if, for example, you were suddenly going to be charged for something that you don't get, like, let's say broadband. Let's say that you wanted to have fiber optic broadband, and you have to pay for it. Oh, but they don't have cable in your area, so you don't get it. You have to pay for it, but you don't get it. How would you feel about that? Probably not good, and you'd probably want to fight it tooth and nail. You'd go through and you'd look, how could this possibly be legal? How could this possibly be fair? This is exactly what you're doing. Well, sort of. It's not fiber optic broadband, but you are in the change of making the rural residential into full residential. You are charging us for things that you don't provide to us. I thought, when I was reading about this, I thought that the whole purpose of targeted rates was basically so you could pretty much pick and choose and charge people for what you deliver. Okay, and where I live, if you change to rural rates, if you change the rural rates to residential rates, then we're overpaying by about 20%, not the 15 that it's more than that. It's worse. I cannot believe that any of you actually think that it's fair. When I talked to my neighbors, they said, "Oh, I'm wasting my time coming in to say anything to you. This is a money grab." And I'm hoping that's not true. When I moved to New Zealand 24 years ago, there was an attitude, "She'll be right, mate." When something wasn't right, you could talk to whoever it was, and you could work it out. And I did that. Sometimes I had to pay a little bit. Usually, we would come to an agreement that we both felt good about. I've watched that attitude erode over the last 24 years, and it's really sad. It's like we're importing the wrong things from America. One of the funding principles in New Zealand is user pays. And it suggests that people that get a service are the ones that pay for it. That's fair. If I get it, I don't mind paying for it. It's not stated in that you don't get it, you shouldn't pay for it, that is certainly implied. We have laws. We have Consumer Guarantee Acts. We have Consumer Protection Acts. We have the Fair Trading Act that actually makes it illegal to charge for things that you don't provide. Let's see. So I'm on a fixed income, and one of the things that's happening is rates are raising much faster than the fixed income goes up. You are functionally taxing anybody on a fixed income out of their house at a time those of us on a fixed income are retired. At a time when we don't have the ability to fight it, when we don't have really the energy to put in all of the blood, sweat, and tears that were necessary to take whatever house we live in and make it a home. You're pushing the elderly out. How is that fair? I don't get it. It costs me, just to maintain my water system, costs me $600, a little over $600 a year. Septic system is about the same. It's over $1,000 a year for me to take care of my water and my waste management system. Okay, now you're suggesting when you make this change that I still have to pay that, and I have to pay for everybody else's who's in the residential area. How could that possibly be fair? How could any of you think that's fair? It's just fundamentally wrong. The Rating Powers Act from 2002 tells you how you're allowed to apply things. If you read through, say, Section 30, it tells you how you can charge for waste management to people that are connected to waste management. Well, I'm not connected. You can't charge me. It's not, I don't believe it's legal. Although you do this at a time when I'm not working and I don't have an income that goes up every year. So I can't afford to have a lawyer go fight this. But it can't be legal. It's certainly not right. The Three Waters Act represents about 25% of your budget. Two of those three things I don't get. And the one that stormwater management is the one that I kind of get because you handle the stormwater management on the large scale around. Nothing's changed. Even since Gabrielle, nothing's changed. I do believe that people come around and inspect from time to time and make sure that it's functional, but there's been no improvements that, at least in where I'm at, that we can see. You want us to pay part of the transportation rate. This rate, which is interesting because it gets such a large external funding from the central government. Where I live, we don't have footpaths. We don't have streetlights. I don't mind not having streetlights. I don't mind not having footpaths. If I wanted to use a bus, I would have to walk 3.5 kilometers on narrow roads with people going 80 kilometers per hour. I would ask you to see what it would be like, drive up the road and turn right on Variety Road and walk, or even drive along that road, 80 kilometers per hour. You'll recognize it's steep, it's narrow, many of the turns are blind. It would be a death wish. That's what I would have to walk, 3.5 kilometers to get to the nearest bus station. 45-minute walk each way. Oh, I don't have access to transportation, yet you want to charge me. The Herald had an article, and one of the things that they said, well, we're not paying our fair share. We use footpaths across the city. We do. I do. I go into town. I use footpaths. Most of the footpaths I use are in businesses that you don't do their footpaths. It's from the car park into their building. Footpaths don't wear out because we walk on them. That has never worn out. I'm an engineer. You do not wear out footpaths by walking on them or riding a bicycle on them. They're worn out by things like earthquake, land movement, trees. Somebody replants something, so it has to be dug up, and charging us in the rural area for what we don't get is wrong. It's just, it does look a lot like a money grab. The Herald article pointed out that there's about 1,500 residential, rural residential properties. I don't know if that, I am assuming they did the research and that number's correct. You're looking at average, at an immediate 15% plus the 8.8% increase. So the amount of money that you're going to gain by this relative to your whole budget has got to be small. We represent 2.3, a little less than 2.3% of those paying rates. And you're dumping an extra 15% rate rise on 2.3% of the population. It can't be a huge change to your rate intake, but it is a huge change to many of us. It's at least 23.8%, at least. In many cases, it's been a lot more. If you looked at the Three Waters Act and you just, we don't get, at the most, we get a third of that. And then you look at the transportation costs, our rate should be 20% less. All I want, think about it. Think about what's fair and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions from councillors this morning? Councillor Simpson.
Perhaps through you, Mr Mayor, it's not a question as such, but perhaps it's a clarification. Reading through the submissions, there are a lot of ratepayers, particularly rural and rural residential ratepayers, that identified the three waters as being a position that they opposed to contributing to through rates because they're not connected to the three waters. And again, that's been raised this morning. I think there's a real issue here around communication and around explanation. I see it because I currently pay rates on two properties. I have a rural residential property, and I look at my rates breakdown, and I do not see any charges for water, sewerage or stormwater because they're not charges against the rural residential rate. But when I look at the urban property that I pay rates for, there is a fixed annual charge for water, sewerage and stormwater. So I see those charges on the two, one they're completely absent. So therefore it's probably just that rural residential people see those things as being included in the general rate, and therefore they feel they are paying for those things because they simply don't see that on other people's rate bills, they are direct and deliberate charges that appear in addition to the uniform general annual charge and in addition to the general rate. And I think there's a bit of confusion here because of the way our rates demands are informed and distributed. So I think we're going to see a repeat of a lot of people concerned about the fact that they are not connected or next to services, but believe that they are contributing or paying for them. The only way, which I believe is unjust, is that rural and rural residential ratepayers actually contribute to those three waters costs because their debt servicing costs are actually included in the general rates. And that's actually unjustly and unfair that they are paying for that debt servicing cost when they don't get the services. But I think, just to help you out, Michael, you don't pay anything.
Currently, that's correct.
For three waters.
We don't currently.
Yep, no, and you won't going forward either.
They're targeted rate.
The differential is not about you paying for those services. The differential is about the general rate. And the differential is the general rate is for the commonly available public amenities, the public toilets, the reserves, the libraries, the halls, those sorts of things, which are generally available to all ratepayers, regardless of distance, although distance can be a disadvantage. But I think there's a confusion, if you just allow me, Your Worship. There is just some confusion that rural and residential people see the general rate and think that's a high and increasing amount of rate, and I'm paying for services that I'm not getting. But the reality is you are getting the services that are being charged for through the general rate. You are not being charged for water and sewer, because that is a completely separate charge, that is a fixed charge that occurs, but it's only transparent on the urban ratepayer bill because it's a separate line, and those separate lines don't appear as zeros on the rural or residential rural rate bill. So therefore there's that confusion around why am I paying for these. The reality is you're not. But I understand where you're coming from and where you're thinking, because we don't communicate that very well at all, if that's a reasonable explanation.
So in the future, if you get rid of the rural residential, we still will not have to pay for the wastewater or drinking water, because I have to supply my own. That certainly wasn't clear.
Yep. And the reality is, going forward under the Three Waters transition to the separate entity, going forward, the only things that will probably remain on the rates bill for the city ratepayers are the general uniform annual charge and the general rate charge, because the Three Waters charges will disappear off to a separate entity. For a couple of years we might be the billing agent, but that those bills will disappear off, and then there will be complete transparency for you, because you'll get the council rate, but you won't get a utilities rate, because that'll be coming from a different company, and it will only be going to the people that are connected to those services. So I hope that explanation helps.
It does.
Because there's been a number of people that have approached me on that matter, and as soon as I give them that explanation, that the reason it's about transparency. You know, if those lines, if the water charge and the sewerage charge actually appeared as a zero on the rural, residential and the rural, and I raised this last time we had this debate, it would clarify the whole argument, because the rural and rural people would see that they don't get a charge for it. And it's just a case of we poorly communicate that.
Yeah.
Super. Thank you.
Right, thank you for your time. Now, I understand that we haven't quite got to our first break, and we have another submitter in the room. Doug Evans, is Doug here? If he'd like to present earlier, it's more than happy for that to happen. No.
It's all right.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah. Could well be. If not, we'll have a break. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, there, down
Submitters ago.
Page 98.
And also-
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah, sorry, page 98, team submission number 328.
328. Yep.
Transit required.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving me a few moments to take up your time. The reason for coming along here was it largely came about because of a chat I had with Richard. This is going back to the information evening on the Hospital Hill, where the reservoir information was out. And I asked him that the recent article in the newspaper where he said the new system for rates was going to be fairer. And I said, what did he mean by fairer? And he said, well, it has to be fairer for everybody. I said, absolutely, totally agree. But what is your understanding? What's your logic? He said, well, it varies. We've got, for example, the utility companies, the likes of Unison. They're ripping up our roads. They're making a mess of them. We got to come along and fix them up and pay for it. And it's not on. I said, well, I'm not interested in talking about the commercial side of it. I'm talking about the residential ratepayer. And he said, well, you're a local. I said, yep. He said, you live on the hill? I said, correct. He said, well, most of the houses here are larger. They've got more rooms. I said, that would be a fair assessment. He said, but many of those rooms are being let out to weekly renters. They've all got vehicles, they park on the road and they use our roads. And I said, yep, well, that to me is a flawed assumption. Is everyone in the council of the same opinion of having that? Because I said, look, where I live, I'm surrounded by other superannuitants. And really what it comes down to is we're struggling to pay it. And he said, well, I said, I'd really like to know what the information is. He said, it'll be coming out in the next few days. These are the options that you've got when you go onto the rates calculator. So I looked it up. Now, it's been purported that we're looking at an average of 8.8%. Now, there's obviously going to be some higher, there's going to be some lower. But when I worked out, I started with option 1, which is the council's recommendation. Now, basically that came back to, what was it, 13.32. And I thought, well, that's certainly some nearly 5% higher. What is the story there? that just doesn't make sense. Then we looked at the new component, the transportation rate, which you remove the roading and maintenance area from the general rates, which was obviously based on land value, and put it in as this new component, and it came out, well, I felt at any rate, certainly an excessive charge. Personally, we only just drive a little 1,000cc car, so I mean, that's nothing, but many of the people around us. And I thought, maybe have I got it wrong? Have I not understood what's actually going on here? So I thought, I'll do a mini survey. So I started from Napier Terrace and I took the first 26 houses down Chaucer Road North, including Parade Street, talked to people, see how many people lived there, how many vehicles they had, how many were superannuitants. I've included it sort of in my statement at any rate. Now, what it really came down to was it's substantially lower in the residential rating, but not a single room was being rented out. Now, that's only a snapshot, I understand that. And I would have thought that the council, with its resources and ability, would be able to do a far better, more comprehensive survey to actually ascertain what people on the hill are comprised of. Is it largely superannuitants? I mean, what I found in my survey was over 40% of the people resident there are superannuitants. They're all on fixed incomes, the same as we are. And particularly the LD, and I know it gets looked over and it's always poor me, but many of these folk have got medical conditions, they've got maintenance problems on their house, many of them are living on their own, they're struggling. They're truly struggling. And what comes across as an average 8.8% is too tough. Option 3, now that's on capital value. Well, I nearly had a heart attack there. That was going to be 22% increase. And I thought, well, if I have a heart attack, that'll be one less ratepayer at any rate, so that won't be too much of a problem. But it's not really the point. I think the council, they'd come in on a promise of saying transparency, openness, communication, and letting us know what's happening. We do not get the information. And I mean, what I ended up doing was I wanted to just summarise sort of thing to say the first things that I have, just excuse me a tick. Just in conclusion, I don't want to carry on for too long. It's based on my observation, and I've seen it here already today with the speakers that have come along and spoken, and I believe many of them have got a valid point. I'm not a rural residential area, but I understand the concerns that they have because many of them are getting imposed rates that they're going to struggle to pay and come to terms with what's being fair about it. I believe the answer is quite simple. Now, you most probably won't see this the same way as I do, but when you look at status quo, what is status quo? I guess I'm old-fashioned. Status quo is what we have now, right? And yes, we've got CPI, we certainly have, and that's 3.1%. So my recommendation is CPI plus 3.1%. It's as simple as that. But I believe the options put to us without any of the real, true explanatory backup and the detail so we understand. We've just had an instance here of just explaining what is and what isn't included in the rates bill, but in a general terminology, it's not there. Like you've got under general, you've got salaries. Like, I mean, you're talking, well, in the last financial year, what, $60 million? That's without consultants and outside operators. It's just huge. You're talking $90 million, and that's going to go up. Everyone's entitled to make a living. Totally understand that. But the point being, how far do we keep on going? Are we starting to build an empire? I believe that each of you councillors here will be feeling somewhat embarrassed by what's happened. You've had a large number of submissions, and I believe that hopefully you're more attuned to the average ratepayer who is looking at it and feeling, is this a cash grab, and where am I going to get the money to pay for the upcoming water infrastructure that's ahead of us. So this isn't the end. This is just a continuation as we go along. So all I can say is, look, thank you for your time. I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak with you. Does anyone have any questions?
No questions from the team. Thank you for your presentation.
Good skull. Thank you.
Right, that brings us to the end of our first session of submissions. We'll now take a short break and reconvene at 11 o'clock. Councillors, there's a room next door where we're going to just meet up if we can do so. Right, team, we'll get back into it. I will now reconvene the hearing of submissions. Just a reminder that the meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Speakers today will have 5 minutes to present and another 5 minutes to respond to questions from the elected members. Guys, can I have a little bit of hush in the room, please?
Microphone's not working.
Is it not working?
Microphone's not working.
Angie, is that better?
Yeah,
Is that better? 1, 2, 3. Sorry, our microphones weren't working. I'll start again here. I'll now reconvene the hearing of submissions. Just a reminder that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Our speakers today will have 5 minutes to present and another 5 minutes to respond to questions from elected members. Your first bell will go at 4 minutes. Submitted presentations must relate directly to their written submission and not introduce new items. And just to note that we're not here to debate today, but to listen, and we may have some questions for clarification with regards to your submissions. All right, so we're not here to debate, and we may or may not have questions, but we're certainly here to listen. Our first submitter for this session is Angie Denby and Sue McDonald, and you'll find the submission number 47 on page 17, councillors. If you guys. Just while they're setting up, if you are coming up to speak, we encourage you to speak directly into the microphone so it can be heard and can be recorded, and it's clearer once it's live streamed. Thank you.
I want to stand up.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings everyone, and particularly to new councillors and staff who we haven't met at these hearings before. We're representing the Environmental Community Group, established in 1981 for the protection of the Ahuriri Estuary, Te Whanganui a Orotu, in its tidal wetlands, to promote public recognition of the wildlife values and to educate that it's a vital feeding and breeding ground for many species of native birds, fish, plants and macroinvertebrates in the water and mud. I'm Angie Denby, I'm the chairperson, and this is Sue McDonald, the inaugural secretary of the group. And there are some supporters in the audience here. We have 300 on our mailing contact list. Today we're here for a simple request. Please allocate funds to remove the badly deteriorating tire walls at Pandora Pond. There have been many scientific reports indicating tyres are one of the biggest microplastic pollutants of coastal waters. And we can supply further articles if you need more information. So this is what we do. These different activities in the community. These are the people we network and collaborate with. These are a list of the different statuses that the estuary has, particularly noting that it's a nationally significant wildlife refuge, and estuaries of this type and value are rare in the lower North Island. So what lives there? 77 species of birds, 29 species of fish, many of which are important to marine fisheries as it's a nursery and breeding ground for the young fish. And then the 33 species of macroinvertebrates, which are the food for the fish and birds. These are some of the birds that you'll see around Pandora Pond if you go for a walk. And that's just a sample of what lives in the mud. On the left there, you see the shells along the shoreline. Those are the cockle shells from the cockle beds, and of course inedible because of the pollution in the estuary. So, your first picture of a tire wall. If you look at the Pahutakawa tree, there is the tire wall directly in front of it. So that's one of the tire walls at Pandora Pond. So there's a close-up photo taken in 2024, which we forwarded to the council at that time. And there's an outline of what the pollution is, what's in the manufacturing of tyres, organohalogen compounds, acidic solutions, and of course the steel fibres leaching heavy metals. Here's another photo from this year, and these are just samples. Most of the tyres look like that. There are hundreds of them. So we found some research from Auckland that has narrowed down the single biggest source of microplastic pollution in coastal waters. Tyres come out on top by a long way. So we've reflected back on your 2018 master plan, the first 12 projects, and we're aware that the Humber Street Reserve upgrade and the Pandora Road upgrade were completed in 23-24, but without replacing the tyre wall, which was in the original plan. And so we would really like to know if there's any funding left from that project that could still be used, and if not, further funding allocated to remove the polluting, deteriorating tyres. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, questions?
Any questions, councillors?
I've got one.
Councillor Crystal?
Just a question. Have you got suggestions, or what do you see replacing them?
Well, the master plan did have some drawings in it of an edging. Okay. It looked to me like timber of some kind. So I don't know, maybe that's open for discussion.
Okay, so there's no kind of precedent of what could be put there?
No. Just removing them is the important thing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you for your time this morning. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah. And just while everyone's in the room, I would just like to acknowledge all of you, everyone for turning up today, and for those who get in front of us and present. It's not an easy thing to do, to get up in front of council. So I certainly acknowledge that and appreciate your time this morning. So well done. So our next submitter this morning is Lewis Willoughby, and I think he's got a PowerPoint in there, so we'll see if we can get the technology to do its thing. For councillors, submission number 155, page 19.
Ko te mea tuatahi, e mi atu au ki a koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. I want to, my submission is that the Onslow to Brewster steps should be, site should be remediated, and that the project should start again. This is what the site currently looks like. And that's what's underneath that black polythene. This is the wall that's falling over onto the neighbouring driveway, and is also under potential to undercut the property above. That's another view looking up that driveway. This is a view of a proposal by the council in 2023 to remediate the wall. Nothing has happened. This is where the stormwater goes on this site. No one knows where the water ends up. This is the sump where the water is supposed to drain down. On the site, there are 4 large boreholes under polythene, 600 millimetres across and up to 4 metres deep, just sitting there, potentially dangerous. At the bottom of the site, there is construction material that was placed on the site when the step proposal was still being thought of. And this is the view where we currently are looking at it now. And you can see from the central part there, there's the steps running through the property. So what we want to happen, retain the wall. As you've seen in the previous photographs, the council has already agreed to do that. So we want some action, please, on this particular issue. The stormwater and broken gutters, disconnected pipes must be fixed. We don't know where that water's going. We want the boreholes to be refilled or else used for the reconstruction of the steps. We want the reconstruction material either taken off the site or used. And the access at the current moment, the construction material is currently blocking access to 7, 9 and 11 Onslow Road from the lower portion of these steps. These steps have great community value. They've been in place since the late 1890s when that area was first developed. In fact, some of the properties up there still have horse troughs on them from when they were bigger and larger sections. They have value for tourists as well. Before the steps were demolished and closed, there was a large number of just single groups of tourists would use that as an access up to viewing platforms or on their way around the city. And in terms of civil defence, many of you will have been at Napier Boys High School in March last year when GNS presented a proposal or a modelling section which showed that in the event of a tsunami, the bottom of Shakespeare Road is going to be a huge choke point. On top of that, there are 1,000 girls up on that school who've got to be got off at any situation that may occur. And the current ramp down Brewster, what's known as the Brewster ramp, is excessively steep and very difficult to access for people. What we want is the steps to be review the design. In our view, there is no need for any over-engineering. Just a simple floating steps would be okay. Match the design of the upper steps. It's only 28 metres. We believe there's $600,000 been spent on this project right now, and we've got a site that's a disaster, really. So thank you to those people who've attended today to support us from up in the Onslow Road area. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the moral and useful support and comments I've had from previous councillors, Hayley Brown, also Keith Price, Craig Morley and Sally Crown, who've also understand completely what is going on here. So thank you. Is there any questions?
Councillor Price.
Just one. I'd just like to confirm those photographs that you showed us. Is that the current state?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or some of those, the ones without the shots I showed you where there was no polythene on site, they were when the construction was taking place. But that's what's under the polythene.
Thank you.
Councillor Mawson.
Yeah, there's an officer comment at the end of your submission. Just checking, have you received anything back from-
I did notice that when I went back and reviewed that I understand that council are going to do some sort of a workshop on it. I would ask that some local residents perhaps have some input into what's happening there.
Councillor Morley.
Yeah, thank you, Lou. I understand this has been going on for, and I've seen one of your emails, 1,800 days plus.
2,024 days now.
Okay, thank you very much. Council are always looking to improve their processes and communications, and I'm just wondering if there's any information that you feel could have been presented more openly, or that may have been missed out by council that we could learn from here.
I would say probably when council was, when the proposal was put to council to stop or to cease the building of the steps in September 2024, which was a different council to you, what was presented to the council then was that in fact the project could be halted without any remediation of the site occurring, that the remediation on the site was only needed to be done if the steps were to be rebuilt. So council were not, in my opinion, clearly informed as to what the ramifications of the decision that they made.
Are there any further questions? No, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lynn Anderson on behalf of Forest and Bird, and also Save the Dotterels. We might get a 2 for 1 here.
Lynn Anderson, number 27, page 27.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Lynn Anderson. Thank you for hearing my presentation today.
Sorry, hold fire just a second, Lynn. We'll just wait till a few people leave and we get. Yeah.
The Onslow lot.
Yep. Yep. So.
You'll leave early because they can't get up the steps.
So which part are you starting on? Forest and Bird?
The two...
Or Dotterels?
Both submissions, I was going to speak to both submissions together as they are similarly themed. So I have one PowerPoint for both.
Yep, no worries. That's great.
Thank you.
All right.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Lynn Anderson. Thank you for hearing my presentation today. I coordinate the Napier zones of Save the Dotterels. I'm also the chairperson of the Forest and Bird Napier branch. I'll be speaking on behalf of Dr. Pagel, who is unavailable today. I'd just like to begin by saying that New Zealand's biodiversity is in crisis as a whole, with over 4,000 threatened species at risk of extinction. You will see that my public forum from last month, I have really turned into a submission. So now we are asking that the annual plan needs to address some urgent environmental issues. Those being to please reinstate the fire control bylaw. And thank you for saying you'd look into that and talk to your partners. I hope there's some good progress there. Fire bans during the nesting season would be welcomed. For Napier City Council to champion all controlled events relating to the foreshore and consider some designated beach areas for protection and restoration. And that is the area I'll mostly be speaking about this morning. Our only agenda really is that we're concerned with the protection and restoration of beach habitat. Fires reduce biodiversity on the beach and weaken the resilience of fragile coastal ecosystems. And this is not just about two species. The banded dotterel, pohawera, and the northern spotted skink could be seen as umbrella species or flagship species that by protecting one species, you indirectly protect habitats and other species. The banded dotterel is protected under the Wildlife Act because they are ground nesting birds. Disturbing them or their nests is also an offence, and we get plenty of disturbance. We feel there are 3 recent events that have really led to what I have dubbed here Napier fire beach culture. And the first being Cyclone Gabriel, which threw up a lot of driftwood, and burning was seen as a way to deal with this, and so the beach fires began. And then at Matariki 2023, Matariki now being an official national event, the first public Matariki celebration in Hawke's Bay when beach fires and burning of driftwood was encouraged. And these fires have continued in 2024 and 25. I'd like to say that we fully support the Matariki celebration and realise that the beach fires for Matariki have been organised with the best of intentions. We also appreciate and respect the cultural aspects. However, Matariki 2025 saw over 150 beach fires from Marine Parade down to Awatoto Beach to the new roundabout near the Maranui Golf Club. In the same area the previous year, there were 80 plus fires. There were another 40 plus fires at West Shore last year. What really concerns us about this is the long-term effects that these fires will have on beach habitat. What are our beaches going to be looking like in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years? Where is this going to? Has anyone thought this through? Surely this number of beach fires is simply not sustainable for the long-term health of the beach habitat. And Matariki is not the only event that's unregulated. Also, Guy Fawkes and DIY fires at New Year. We lose nests every year to both those events. There's already noticeable changes to the beach habitat, and not just because of Matariki fires by any means. So that is why we're asking Napier City Council to please take some control of events related to the foreshore. And the third one being that Napier City Council revoked the fire control bylaw in 2024, which was in the media, and we think interpreted by people that all restrictions had been lifted. So Napier Beach fire culture, it's burn what you like, where you like, when you like, and leave what you like. And we see a lot of it as dotterel volunteers. When the driftwood has gone, people start burning other things. And driftwood's a hugely important component of a natural beach habitat. The beach is a natural place. And this is what we are picking up from the beach fires. This is just a very small portion of it, and some of those are from Matariki fires as well. Guy Fawkes, of course, is another nightmare for us. We lose nests every year at Guy Fawkes. We question if these fires are illegal anyway under the Reserves Act 1977. And this is on your website under the fire rules and restrictions, but not easy to find. So we would like to request Council that you consider designated beach areas for special protection. And the first 2 areas are the areas that have already been awarded SIVH status, one at West Shore and one at Awatoto. And I think there'd need to be further conversation to work out how that might be achieved. And the third one, we're actually asking for a wildlife refuge or a beach reserve as marine reserve, beach reserve. And the area is the high shingle beach adjacent to and between the Spirit of Napier and the piles of gravel to the south. That's an area of about 300 metres. So out of over 20 kilometres of beach, we are asking 300 metres for special protection. So what would a wildlife refuge look like? There'd be restoration of the area with reintroduction of driftwood and maybe planting some suitable natives towards the grass area. There'd be no fires or vehicles. We'd have to appeal to people with their dogs to their goodwill to keep out at least during nesting season. It would be aesthetically roped off. And we're also looking at a webcam on a dotterel nest. We've got webcams on the penguin nest. As you know, there's webcam on a lot of different bird nests around the country. And that would have quality signage with QR codes, and the QR code would lead to the bird cam and also lead to more information. It would be a first for Napier and hopefully attract people to the signs, to the outside. And if permission was granted, the first step would be, yes, to set up a working group, but the Dotterel group would look to fund this. And I have spoken to Mana Ahuriri, and they have agreed to the idea in principle. I've put in a written request for support, and they're taking it to their Taio committee. And so this is what it looks like, the area looks like now. You can see the Spirit of Napier on the right. There's not much there. We had 2 unfortunate incidents in that area last season. There was, at New Year, 2 fires were lit with inside a nest cordon. The eggs deliberately destroyed. They were 1 or 2 days off hatching. And, we'll move on. The reason we've chosen that site is that it's a popular nesting area with the dotterels, so we'd really like to see some more protection there. And we GPS the nest, and you can see from the red dots the Spirit of Napier is about halfway down that map, and the piles of gravel would be at the bottom of the map. We're not sure, this would be a professional job, we're not sure what the roping off might look like, but here are just a few examples. The signage would also be professionally done. And we'd also like to again suggest a blue flag beach for Napier, because a beach refuge would fit in well with this. Since this idea has been flagged, there's been quite a lot of, several people have shown interest to me, so maybe this could be a first for Napier. And I understand there's another group working at looking for Ramsar protection for a city wetland for Ahuriri Estuary. So that would be also be 2 firsts for Napier. I'd just like to conclude. There's an article in Hawke's Bay Today that caught my attention recently. Warsaw is a city of 1.8 million people, and every year 6 traffic lanes stop. They stop more than once to allow the Maganza families to cross the road from their breeding ground to the river. And I think it's really special when a city gets behind its wildlife. So we're asking Napier to please do the same, and to please do something about the unregulated beach fires. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. I'll just see if any of the councillors have got any questions at this stage. No, nothing at this stage. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I would like to request to put in a formal request through the council in writing for the beach refuge. Is that the right way to go about it? And maybe also to the CEO and to the Parks and Reserves team?
Yep. Yep. Are you going to send us one, a formal request?
That's what I'd like to do, yes.
Yep. Yep. If you could do that, it'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Right, who have we got? Mark Rogers. Next up, we have Mark Rogers. Mark, just hold fire a while, just while it looks like some people are leaving the room, so we can just hear you once it's all done. Cool, Mark.
Mr. Chair, as a point of clarification, the requests that have been made via submissions, we usually discuss them as part of deliberations anyway. So is someone noting all of the points that are being raised by our submitters so that they can be discussed as part of the agenda tomorrow?
Yep.
Well, thank you.
Right, Mark, you're up.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Am I close enough to the microphone? Thank you. I filled in the questionnaire about the items in the plan, and I won't elaborate on that any further. Instead, I'd just like to expand on my comment that the council should invest in itself. Too many citizens can no longer afford Napier City Council, and so council needs to drive costs down, not increase income above the rate of inflation. The most obvious area to save money is in infrastructure delivery, yet this is the very activity that is causing the angst. The Infrastructure Commission has done a lot of work on how to manage projects, and their report cites a Professor Giuliano Denico at University College in London. Applied research is available closer to home through papers published from Auckland University of Technology and Beckers. In other words, we can build from the efforts of other people, both overseas and here, if I can compete with a lawnmower.
That's your rates in action.
It is. Researchers looked at how the design and construction components can overlap in order to avoid geotechnical surprises once construction starts. This has been done with roading projects, but has often failed. The failure is not because of The failure is not because the idea is unsound, but because the customer either absented themselves or gave up effective control. I submit that overlapping design and construction is a good idea. The Commission's research paper discusses 6 themes that are part of development and delivery. In all cases, the customer, in our case the council, is an integral part of the team. The council has to bring its own staff to a project to provide a technical and financial contribution. Collaboration is a recurring buzzword in the paper, and another one is dynamic governance, where leadership structures and styles change as the project progresses. At all times, the council is in charge. Council can only do this if they've hired staff hired in its own name and ready to act in the best interests of the council. I chose my words carefully here because the people don't have to be direct employees. However, they do have to work exclusively for council during the project. A key item for external staff is that council must indemnify them so they don't have to take out professional indemnity insurance. PI is a major cause of project creep because consultants are always wary of making themselves liable for an oversight which they fear may trigger a claim. We're sitting here discussing the annual plan, and my suggestions can't be implemented as part of this. Councillors need to build a policy for the Chief Exec, a policy document for the Chief Exec, and they must then make the funds available to her. There is a real cost in council investing itself. To put numbers on the table, consider a team of 6 recent graduates in engineering and commerce with an expensive, experienced manager supervising them. The setup costs will be of order $550,000 and annual running costs of order $900,000. Imagine if they saved that cost through lower design and construction costs and reduced budget overruns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions from the team? No, nothing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Right, next up we have Sue Smith and Matt Argus from Sport Hawke's Bay, and submission number 246 and page 37.
O tēnā kātou katoa, ko Sue Smith tōku ingoa, no ahureri ahau, kei o tātara ahau I noho ana, he menatea ahau ki te whare hākinakina o te matua Māui mahi ana. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for inviting us to talk to our submission today. I'm Sue Smith. I'm the General Manager at Sport Hawke's Bay. I'm incredibly passionate about health and wellbeing, and I've been at Sport Hawke's Bay for 10 plus years. So I think I know quite a lot of you around the table. It's good to be back. Thank you.
Kia ora everybody, Matt Arcus, Board Chair of Sport Hawke's Bay. I've been on the board for just over 3 years and have been chair for since last November. So firstly, I just want to acknowledge the position the council is in. We know it's a tough financial environment, and the focus on core services and investing in spaces and places for the community is exactly the right call. From our perspective, there's a really strong alignment here. What Sport Hawke's Bay does actually helps bring the strategy to life, whether it's activating parks and reserves or supporting the community wellbeing. We're adding value to the investments you're already making. We also really value the partnership. Sue and her team are already working together in a number of areas, and there's genuine opportunity to keep building on that in a practical, solutions-focused way. So our key message is simple. We're aligned with your direction. We're here to support it, and we want to highlight a couple of opportunities where we can maximise the impact of what's already in play.
So we are far more, it's far more about us than just sport. We're here to support community outcomes, health and wellbeing, focusing on improving quality of life through physical activity, which leads to social cohesion and reduces long-term impact on our healthcare system and social services costs. We are here today to look for additional support to reduce future pressure on health and social systems. Play, active recreation and sport are critical enablers of physical and mental wellbeing, social connection and community resilience. Physical activity is the bridge between mental and physical health. Physical activity also plays an important role in reducing long-term pressure on health and social systems, which we believe is increasingly important for councils managing affordability and future demands on facilities and services. From our perspective, investment in this space is not just discretionary, it's preventative and foundational to strong communities. We want to acknowledge the strong direction Council has already taken in transport, cycling and safety, and the current investment we are receiving to reach our Napier schools. Over the last 10 months, we have delivered cycle schools education to just over 1,000 tamariki in 9 of our Napier schools. This is just over a third of our schools and only 15% of primary and intermediate age tamariki. Our hope is to extend this reach to provide our cycle schools education to as many tamariki as we can. Increased investment will bring alignment across the transport, safety and schools, leading to a healthier tamariki and a more vibrant community. Targeted investment in cycle schools education would improve safety and confidence, increase participation across all ages, and improve overall wellbeing of tamariki through providing a lifelong love of cycling and promoting active transport. This will provide the opportunity to fully leverage the infrastructure already in place with our Cycle Safe City. Our older adult programs provide low-cost prevention with high return and have been delivering group exercise since 1991. In the last 11 months, we have seen 5,820 visits to our Active for Life programs in Napier. As our population ages, there are rising demand for opportunities to be active in a safe, social and friendly environment. Active for Life results in better use of key facilities, including community halls and recreation facilities. Programs like Active for Life enable older adults to stay physically active, socially connected and independent for longer. Again, this is a low-cost preventative investment that aligns strongly with well-being and your well-being and resilience priorities. This is not new spend pressure, it's another investment, it's a smarter investment. Our key message today is about value. We're not here to suggest significant new spending. We're highlighting opportunities to maximise existing infrastructure, strengthen alignment across current investments, and deliver better long-term outcomes for the City of Napier. We value the partnership with Council and look forward to continuing to work together, particularly as you plan for future facilities and spaces across the city. We're here to help you get the best return for Napier. Thank you. Questions?
Councillors? No? Nothing at this stage. Very, very quiet room today.
Perfect.
But I did state earlier, we're here to listen this morning, and yeah, Thank you for your time.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who kicked what? Next up, we have Ben Hutton from Hawke's Bay Airport Limited. Submission number 254, page 42.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor, councillors and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As has been stated, my name is Ben Hutton and I am here to represent Hawke's Bay Airport Limited, the co-signatory of our written submission. Chief Executive Nick Flack sends his apologies at being unable to attend this in-person submission. Today I'd like to focus on one point, the importance of tourism and destination marketing to Napier's economic performance. Hawke's Bay Airport's interest in this issue obviously comes from our role as the region's aviation gateway. We see firsthand the connection between air access, visitor demand, regional profile and economic activity. We're a key part of the visitor ecosystem that supports Napier and the wider Hawke's Bay region. When that system works well, benefits flow widely across accommodation, hospitality, retail, events, transport and the wider city economy. Tourism also supports city vibrancy, employment, business confidence, and Napier's broader reputation as a place to visit, invest, and do business. The scale of that contribution is significant. The Martin Jenkins review of the Hawke's Bay visitor economy estimated that it supports more than 7,600 jobs across the region. So when we're talking about tourism, we're talking about a major contributor to employment, business activity, and regional economic resilience. We also know that about 60% of travellers through Hawke's Bay Airport are visitors to the region. That matters because visitor demand helps sustain more than tourism businesses. It supports the viability of air services, hospitality, events, attractions, experiences, and other amenities that residents also value. There is also strong public recognition of that value. In MB's recently released Tourism Sentiment Survey, 86% of Hawke's Bay respondents said tourism benefits our region. That's important because it shows the visitor economy is widely understood by residents as contributing positively to the region. The point we particularly want to underline today is the role of destination marketing within that system. In our view, destination marketing should not be seen as discretionary promotion, it is practical demand generation. It turns Napier's visitor offering into travel decisions, bookings, and spend. It maintains visibility in a competitive market, supports airline and travel trade confidence, and helps maximise the return from investment already made in visitor infrastructure, amenities, and experiences. Napier has a strong visitor proposition, but its strengths do not automatically translate into visitation and spend. Central government and other regions are investing actively to attract domestic and international visitors. Destinations are competing for attention, campaign presence, airline confidence, and visitor expenditure. In that context, we think it's important to acknowledge that Hawke's Bay tourism is underfunded relative to the scale of the opportunity and the level of competition the region faces. That matters for Napier. If the regional destination marketing effort is constrained, the risk is not simply lower visibility. The greater risk is that Napier does not fully realise the value of the visitor assets, amenities, events, and experiences it already has. The visitor strategy refresh is also a positive regional process. Councils, Hawke's Bay Tourism, industry, and other stakeholders are aligning around the future direction of the visitor economy. That makes continued support for destination marketing even more important because strategy needs delivery capacity. We're not suggesting that Napier City Council alone carries responsibility for that issue. Hawke's Bay Tourism is a regional function and its success depends on regional commitment. But we do encourage Council to maintain visible and active support for Hawke's Bay Tourism and to work with regional partners toward a level of destination marketing investment that better reflects the value, potential and competitiveness of the visitor economy. As Council considers tourism facilities, public amenities, operating models and regional partnerships, we encourage you to look beyond immediate operating costs alone. The question should not only be what does this cost, it should also be what economic value does this help unlock for Napier. Our request is straightforward. Please continue to treat the visitor economy as a strategic economic priority for Napier. Please continue to recognise destination marketing as an essential part of that system, and please continue to support Hawke's Bay tourism as a key regional and economic enabler. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the team? Councillor Crown.
Thank you. Tēnā koe, Ben. Thank you so much for the submission. I guess I'm just wanting to expand and get a sense of where you see HBAL's influence playing a part. I think the Martin Jenkins report says that our visitor economy is worth about $1.4 billion annually.
Yes.
Can you help us to understand how HBAL sees its own role in influencing that figure, and where do you see the greatest risk of that value being eroded?
Sure, okay. Primarily the airport here is here to support air access and maintain strong relationships with the likes of Air New Zealand and other airline partners as those opportunities present themselves. We can offer insight at a greater degree than we have been doing to the visitor economy and partners, and participate in those regional discussions, the likes of the visitor strategy refresh. We are also directly connected with some of the significant visitor events. We are sponsors of the marathon as our Napier City, as well as the Art Deco Festival, as partners in the Great Wine Capitals initiative alongside Council, and we're actively considering further support for Hawke's Bay tourism in that destination marketing space, recognising the opportunity there. The greatest risk to the destination is that our share of spend will diminish. So we look at share of spend as being a more accurate representation of how Hawke's Bay is performing, because it's perhaps more resilient to shocks in the market where visitor spend might go up and down across the board. But if your share of spend is dropping, that means your share of the pie is dropping. And so I like to use that as a more accurate indication. And so as our share of spend drops, that means others are doing better than us. And so jobs become at risk. 7,600 jobs across the region. That presents the greatest risk from a diminishing visitor economy.
Thank you.
Any further questions, team? Thank you for your time, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Pip Thompson from Napier City Business Inc. Submission 267, page 47.
Morena, everybody. I've also brought a friend, Simon Dunn. Simon Dunn is on our NCBI board and is also manages the largest property portfolio in the CBD. So thank you for joining me, Simon.
You're welcome.
Simon will be answering all the questions that you have later. Good morning, Mayor McGrath, councillors and council staff. I'm not sure if this is working, is that better? Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and on behalf of businesses and residents. We object to the proposed targeted rate for a number of reasons. Firstly, we selected option 3. The status quo, not because we believe the current model is perfect, but because there are no other reasonable or balanced options presented for consideration. We strongly recommend that Council go back to the drawing board and genuinely reassess who actually benefits from CCTV nighttime monitoring. That conversation should include exploring spending the cost across all ratepayers, investigating central government support, and engaging with police regarding resource and funding contributions, because ultimately a safer city benefits everybody, not just a small portion of businesses and residents located in the CBD. Council has stated that the CBD businesses and residents benefit the most from this service. However, when we closely look at that statement, the reality is quite different. Approximately 40% of businesses you are proposing to rate are street-facing retail businesses. The remainder 60% of the businesses you are proposing to charge are either upstairs office spaces, professional services, businesses without direct street frontage, or businesses that simply do not require the service to the extent being suggested. As of Monday, just past, we have 14 vacant stores in the CBD, and that does not include the big beast Ocean Boulevard, which is now approximately 99% vacant. This is the reality of the retail environment we are currently operating in. So we want to talk about fairness. A safe city is for everybody. Yet under this proposal, every business is expected to pay the same amount regardless of size, turnover, location, or level of benefit. That creates a very difficult position for building owners, particularly where buildings are vacant or struggling to secure tenants. The proposed charge is approximately $490 plus GST per business per year. Yet, if this cost was spread fairly across all Napier ratepayers, our understanding is that it would equate to approximately $8.50 plus GST per year per property. That feels far more reasonable. Because public safety is a public good, not a luxury service that should be funded by a small number of already struggling businesses. What is effectively being proposed is that businesses and corporate services are being asked to subsidise a service many do not directly require. We also question the consistency and fairness across the wider city. There are CCTV cameras also located in Ahuriri, Taradale, Maraenui and Mariwa. Who pays for those cameras to be monitored at night? If crime occurs in these suburbs, who funds that monitoring response? And is it fair that CBD businesses may effectively be contributing towards wider city monitoring while also being singled out for an additional targeted levy? Business owners already invest heavily in private CCTV systems, alarms, insurances, and security measures. Now they are effectively being asked to pay twice. CBD residents are also being asked to contribute through this targeted rate. At the same time, many of us are actively encouraging inner city living because residents provide vibrancy, activity, and additional eyes and ears that improve safety naturally. Yet this proposal penalises the very people we are trying to attract into the city centre. Clive Square and Lower Emerson Street are currently under major construction. Roads are being dug up, access is disrupted, and businesses in those areas are struggling significantly. Many are already requesting rent relief and rates relief, which has largely been declined. And now on top of this, another targeted cost has been proposed. Building owners are being left in a very incredibly difficult position trying to determine how they can pass these costs on when tenancy securities is already fragile. We should be making it simpler, easier, and more affordable to operate a business in the Napier CBD, not harder. Is it really the responsibility of CBD businesses alone to fund a nighttime service that helps keep everyone safe in our city, including vulnerable members of our community and our homeless population? One example that has deeply impacted many people in Napier was the tragic death of Boyd Taylor in 2024. Had cameras been actively monitored at that time, perhaps intervention may have occurred sooner and perhaps the outcome may have been different. That tragedy demonstrates exactly why this is not simply a CBD business issue. This is a citywide public safety issue. And for that reason, we strongly believe this service should be funded more fairly, more broadly, and in partnership with the wider community, not placed unfairly on the shoulders of Napier City business members and CBD residents alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Pip. And very informative, Simon.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Waiting for your question, Richard.
Yeah. Look, any questions from the team? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Pip. Of the 40% of the street-facing premises in the CBD, how many of those premises pay for their own CCTV monitoring as part of your insurance and have protection grates and grills and that as well? Do you have any idea on how many actually already pay for their own CCTV?
I can't guarantee, but I would say a large portion of that.
Yeah, it's pretty common practice for most retailers to have their own security systems, whether it's grills, cameras, alarm systems, so they're kind of protecting their property already. Yeah.
Any further questions, team? No? Thank you for your submission and your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Simon.
Next up, we have Christine and Christopher Marwick, and you'll find it submission number 294, page 53.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. On behalf of my husband and I, we are here to talk about the rural residential ratepayers having possibly been changed to residential ratepayer category. We totally disagree with this proposal to charge rural residential ratepayers as residential ratepayers. Our reasons are, why are we paying for some services that we do not have or cannot connect to? For example, water, sewage, footpaths, streetlights. We do not have a decent road that is safe enough for our children to walk or bike on to Taradale. We have no broadband. We have very poor drainage on the road. There is a lack of cleaning and clearing being done to drains and ditches. Are you planning on having these available or to be connected to in the very near future, as in the next year or 2 or 3? The rates keep rising, but the services either are not there or the value of what services we receive are not there. And the value and the increase in the rates keep going up. Why is this? When we had a severe storm in November 2022, we had major flooding blocking our road and causing damage to our driveway and property entrance and surrounding areas, and the council did not even know that there was a drain under the road by our driveway going into the neighbour's property over the road. It was not even on their plans. How is this a service? Obviously, we have had major flooding since with Cyclone Gabriel, and although the weather cannot be controlled, maintenance of drains and ditches, etc., can be better managed and actioned. We do our best, as does our neighbours, to ensure our surrounding ditches are clear when there is severe weather warnings. However, how are we expected as ratepayers to continuously pay more and more rates for services? We understand that costs go up and things cost more, but as ratepayers, we expect the council to be financially responsible with our money. The previous council and the current council have not done that. Example being with new multi-million dollars being spent on new council and library premises when an existing safe building could be used and that money could be spent on much more important infrastructure. The majority of ratepayers disagreed with your spending on this matter, but to no avail. As mentioned in point 1, we do not have our own town council water or sewage. We pay for our own water tanks, maintenance, buying in our water when needed, insurance and all the fixtures, same as for sewage. We pay for our own maintenance, repairs, insurance, flood damage, etc., etc. Why should we, as rural residential ratepayers, be paying the same as residential ratepayers? I'm aware that there is a general rates charge. This charge should cover for those services that we all receive, and the residential ratepayers should be charged more as per the services they receive, such as stormwater and sewage and water, which I do understand that does happen. And the rural residential ratepayers that do not have those services should not be charged more, nor should those charges be hidden in a general rate rise. What is the proposed transportation charge going to cover? And is this the same for all ratepayers, irrelevant of zoning and what services we receive based on our location? I would be interested in knowing how many submissions the council has received in regards to the residential rural rate category being changed. We are not bottomless money pits. As a rural residential customer, we are in every sense rural. There is a definitive difference between rural and residential ratepayers and properties, and you cannot put us in the same category. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Councillors, questions? Nothing. Very quiet this morning.
Must have done my job then.
I'd like to say, we are here to listen and just seek any clarification for bits and pieces. So thank you for being brave and coming and sit in front of us. It's appreciated. It really is. So thank you for your time. And yeah. So I don't think we have any other speakers in the room, do we? Or do we? No? So we'll now adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Lunch may not quite be ready yet because we're half an hour ahead of time. Are we up and running? Have we got microphone going? You guys can hear us on microphone? Can you hear us out there? Excellent. Faint? Right. I will now reconvene the hearing of submissions. Just a reminder that the meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Speakers today will have 5 minutes to present and another 5 minutes to respond to questions from elected members. You'll have a bell at 4 minutes. Just to remind you, there's another minute to go. Submitted presentations must relate directly to the written submission and not introduce new items. And just a reminder that we're not here to debate today. We are here to listen to what you have to say, and we may have some questions for clarification during question time. So first up, we have Peter Goss from Esk Hills Residents Society. Councillors, it's submission number 323, and it's on page 55. Yep. Peter, I will just ask you to speak into the microphone when you do it because for the recordings and everything.
Yep. All right, well, thank you for your time. I'll assume, obviously, my submission has been read, but I will touch on the high points in there. So I'm here today in my capacity as Chair of the Esk Hills Residents Society. Council's proposals around the annual plan will add an additional 14% average increase in rates of 14% for the average Esk Hills ratepayer, on top of 86% over the last 2 years, over 100% over the past 3 years. I appreciate council officers are recommending the rural residential discount, which I think I'll refer to as the RRD rather than get tied up in knots on it, be reduced to retained at 95% rather than 100%, removed altogether. But even then, we'll be up for an over a 10% increase. We've got 52 built-on properties in Esk Hills, 53 counting one empty section. We receive very limited services from Napier City Council. Our water is provided by HDC. We own and maintain our own stormwater infrastructure. We individually own and maintain septic tank systems. We own and maintain significant reserve areas which are open and accessed by Napier public, but we look after those and bear the costs of maintaining them. And a significant portion of our roads are also privately owned and maintained. Right, 34 out of our 52 properties front onto privately owned roads. My submission focused on two matters, or two interrelated matters. The removal of the rural residential differential and the consequential proposal to apply the same transportation levy to Esk Hills ratepayers as to urban ratepayers. That proposal will result in the average Esk Hills ratepayer paying over $1,100 by way of transportation levy, compared to the urban average of $396. Again, a portion of our roads are privately owned, our roads are privately owned and maintained. We barely see the council up here, up in the subdivision, maybe a couple of times a year for weed spraying, and that's the extent of our road investment from council. I touched on process in my submission, and I'll touch on it briefly here again today. In short, process adopted by council in adopting this policy is absolutely appalling. There's been zero consultation with affected ratepayers. We've received zero explanation of council's rationale for the change. Since filing my submission, I've received, under the LGMOIA request, the material council has considered. When you made this change, you received no assessment of incremental relative benefits and costs to our ratepayers relative to other ratepayers. There was no assessment of incremental benefits, incremental costs in moving that RRD from 0.9 to 1. So absolutely appalling. Talking about substance of the change, look, I've noted we don't receive any water services from council. We bear those costs ourselves. If you work through the numbers, we pay fees to our resident society. A portion of those fees go towards maintaining our stormwater infrastructure, so maintenance of retention dams. We're paying a bit over $800 now to Hastings for water. We own our own septic tank systems, etc., where the depreciation, financing, maintenance costs on those. So you add all that up, and the average Escal's residents is paying around $2,500 per year for water services that council provides to urban residents. Now, of course, council doesn't charge us targeted levies for water services, so you might ask what the problem is. Problem is simply that your targeted levies do not come anywhere near covering the full cost of providing water services. The shortfall in those costs, well, effectively, I've now learnt the council has a policy of not fully funding depreciation on those targeted services. So in 24-25, you recovered 27% of depreciation, 73% wasn't recovered through targeted levies. Given that the general rates charge is your residual funding mechanism, and given you have a policy of, on average over time, achieving a balanced budget, the general rates charge is your residual funding mechanism for that 73% of depreciation that's not recovered through the targeted levies. Okay, 73% of depreciation was $16 million that you were not recovering through targeted levies. You were therefore recovering through general rates. Okay, if you move the general rate charge to 100% for rural ratepayers, I'll back a step, that 16 mil equates to a little over 30% of general rates revenue. 30% of general rates revenue is going towards services that we do not receive, that we have to pay for through other means, or Hastings and directly ourselves. So 30 cents on the dollar of general rates revenue goes for the provision of benefits that are not what we receive, or services we receive zero benefit for and are paying for separately elsewhere. So that's the crux of my concern here and the point I've made on this previously to council. I'm disappointed to see this pretty simple analysis not acknowledged in council officer comments or council reports. It's a basic point of kind of financial arithmetic that council just seems not to have picked up on and run with in the past. So that's the guts of the argument. Transportation levy, again, I've made the point. You're looking to charge us $1,100 for transportation services. We receive next to nothing from council. You could mitigate that slightly by applying the 0.85 rural adjustment factor. We'd still be paying over $900 per household. But your rationale for that 0.85 factor applies in full to SKills. We have no footpaths, we have no street lights, you provide no verge mowing services. I think the only thing we've asked for from council in recent years is you address our ridiculous open road speed limit in the subdivision. We haven't even been able to achieve any joy on that. So we receive nothing from council effectively in transportation. Yet you're looking at whacking us with a full $1,100 per household. I proposed in my submission a couple of solutions. So one, obviously, do not remove the rural differential. In fact, it should be increased, point I'm making here. The other, though, longer term, and it's an LTP issue I would have thought for next year. The average resident out there believes that targeted levies fully cover the costs of the services they apply to. And most of the council material conveys that impression. Doesn't say so quite deliberately, explicitly, but it certainly does not say that you're funding a significant portion from general revenue. There's no obvious reason why you shouldn't be recovering those full, or applying, charging for those services on a full cost recovery basis, and that's a pretty obvious thing for council to pick up in the next LTP process. That's it. That's all I've got to say today.
No worries. Thank you, Peter. Does any councillor have any questions? You're normally safe straight after lunch. We're all very quiet. So no, thank you for your submission. and we'll see how it all ends up tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And just while we're here, I'd just like to acknowledge everyone that has turned up in the crowd today or speaking. You've got to be fairly brave to jump in front of councillors and mayors. So I certainly acknowledge and appreciate that for our team that have fronted here today. So well done. Next up, we have Mark Cleary. No, oh no, see, that's confused the matter, hasn't it? See, Maxine, Mary and Hubba from Tūtangata Maraenui Trust. Submission 318, page 60.
Oh, it's
Councillors.
Is it Canucks?
Trick the system, eh?
Tēnā koutou katoa. It's really lovely to be here with you all this afternoon. For those of you that are watching that don't know me, I'm Maxine Bogue. I'm Secretary of Tūtangata Maraenui Trust, on whose behalf the three of us here are presenting today. I'd like to introduce Hubba or Christine Harrison, who's a strong Maraenui advocate and a trustee, and Mary, who's the chair. Mary Mohawk's the chair of our trust. And I'd just like to thank all our supporters who came here today. Really appreciate your awhi. So, right. What's that? How come there's two slides up there? Oh, can you put it on? Which one? That one. Meantime, we're just here to strengthen the written submission we made seeking a community hub for Maraenui on the land that you bought for that purpose we bought it in 2020. But we're not asking you for the $11.5 million that was originally budgeted for Te Pahinga. So Te Pahinga was part of a wider urban development plan, Activate Maraenui, and was widely consulted after its inclusion in the 2018-28 LTP. Here we go again. Kāinga Ora sold 2 pieces of land to council in 2020 solely for the purpose of building a community centre. They are on both corners of Darwin and Bledisloe, directly opposite the shopping centre. And you'll see that in the first handout that I gave you. I've given you 2, handout 1. This is the second handout. This is upside down from the last one with the different side of the same picture, but it just shows you a concept plan of the centre and the splash pad over the road. The splash pad was phase 1, and that was completed, and the barbecue area is widely used and much appreciated. So that was sort of phase 1, and Pahinga was going to be the next stage. In 2021-31, and you'll have a look at handout number 2. It's from the consultation document in the 2021-31 LTP, and it's the section specifically on Te Pahinga. And this slide has quotes from the second handout. So, as happened, if you look at that second handout, there were 3 options. Option 1, do it now. Option 2, do it a bit later. Option 3, don't do it. The one that was chosen by council at the time was to do it a bit later, 2023. So that was what the council decided. So in 2022, council committed to starting to build Te Pahinga in 2023. This is the $11.5 million version, which is most likely not the building that we'd be looking at now, being realistic. In fact, one of your officers said that one of the reasons that Te Pahinga was put on hold was that, quote, the Maraenui community was not comfortable with the proposed design of the hall. They wanted a centre, but they weren't quite sure about that design. So what were the other reasons? Change in council priorities. This is why it wasn't built as planned. Cyclone Gabrielle and capital funding constraints. Does the community want a hub now? Yes. And you have seen we got 1,005 signatures supporting Te Pahinga in just 8 days. There they are. But we are appreciative of the fact that 11.5 million or 15 million or whatever it might be now is very unrealistic, and the community hub we're looking at, we think, would be different. My last slide, the next steps. First of all, engage the community in responding to the Halls review, if that's the process for us to get into the long-term plan. Investigate partnerships. Now, there are other organisations in the Nui who may be interested in helping build a shared community space. And we do have examples across the city of community facilities owned by rugby clubs, for example, that are on council land. And the last point, of course, is keep talking about Te Pahinga. So I'll hand you over to Mary.
Kia ora, council members. 1,005 signatures in 8 days show strong community support. The hall will be a heartbeat, bringing people together, providing a safe place to connect, support each other, build relationships across different ages and cultures and backgrounds. It will support education, community programs, social events, fostering a sense of community and belonging, building connections and strengthening their network. It's about fostering a sense of connection and looking out for one another.
Tēnā koutou, e te kaunehira o Ahuriri. Greetings, Napier City Council. From 1987 to 1997, my parents and I lived on a part of this land, 43 Bledisloe Road, Maraenui, Napier. Over those years, and with the last in 2013, the Maraenui Shopping Centre housed community hubs, a safe space where we could come together to learn, grow and support each other. With the Council's commitment to the land and Te Pahinga, you brought hope back into us for a Maraenui community hub. We respectfully ask the Council to continue this commitment and to work collaboratively with Te Tangata Maraenui Trust to lead the development with the support of our community, near and far, and local organisations. We are not asking the Council to fund this project through ratepayer funding alone. We are committed to seeking external funding through grants, sponsorships, iwi partnerships and other community-led initiatives and opportunities to help bring this vision to life. Maraenui Napier, the heart of many, filled with aroha, whānau, dreams, talents and aspirations. Te Pahinga is more than a building. It is a place for connection, belonging, identity, growth and hope for future generations. Te hei Maraenui.
Kia ora, do you have any questions?
No, still very quiet today, Max.
It's because I'm not there asking.
Exactly.
All right, look, thanks for your time, team. And yeah,
okay.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, see if I get this one right this time. We've got Mark Cleary, and he's got a double whammy for the Napier Ahuriri Homeless Shelter Society and the Napier Pilot City Trust. And we've got a PowerPoint on there. And team, if you're looking for it, submission 326 and 308, page 65 and page 67. Okay, cool. No, it's not. It's Maxine. That one's over there. Oh. Mark's brought lots of people with him.
E tika kia mihi ahau ki ngā tohu o nehu o Ngāti Kahununu mei ngā hapu o Te Whanganui Aoroto, ko Mark Cleary Takawingwa. I'm here as chair of the Napier Ahuriri Homeless Shelter Society, and alongside me I've got Phil, our treasurer, Maxine, who is our wonderful secretary, and Alvin, the deputy chair. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Today we're representing our shelter, Ahuru Moai, and I want to formally start by thanking the council for the $100,000, which was seeding finance that allowed us to get started. We could open our doors in 2025. And that allowed us to leverage support from others, including the Eastern and Central Community Trust. We're here today because that initial investment has proven its value. We're now ready to move forward, and I want to acknowledge your leadership. This is no longer a promising idea that was trying to deal with an issue that was confronting us last year. We've become a proven model. Since opening in July 2025, we've supported 30 men, 13 of whom have successfully transitioned into independent living. In the context of chronic homelessness, that is an extraordinary outcome. The community need is undeniable. We reached 100% occupancy by the 9th week of operation and have maintained that level ever since. Beyond our walls, completely voluntary outreach efforts are impressive and they're working with the remaining rough sleepers, our whānau pounamu, who are delivering breakfast 6 mornings a week and hot dinners 4 nights a week. We've also become a vital part of Napier's emergency infrastructure. During the states of emergency in April and earlier in the February event, we opened our doors to the whānau pounamu who weren't our residents and provided a safe haven. We were expecting to close because we were running out of money, but I'm really pleased to be able to announce that at the moment, we're in very promising discussions with a government agency who will pick up the tab for the core services at Ahuru Mowai. And I'd like to thank everyone who may have been behind the scenes in helping that. However, we believe there's still a significant role for the Napier City Council. We understand the office's recommendation that ongoing operations funding doesn't sit neatly within the current council projects fund. However, the reality is that we were not operational when the last 3-year partnership fund opened in early 2025. We're now caught in a bureaucratic gap, and the next round of partnership funding is not available until 2028. So our point is that while Ahuru Mowai is incredibly successful and that 30 tāne have moved on, we know that a minimal extra investment, we can seriously address chronic homelessness for the many who are currently estimated to be living on our streets or in cars. And remember, that number is 30 less than it would have been had Ahuru Mowai not existed. This is not merely a social service. As Mana Ahuriri Trust stated in its letter of support, it's an investment in prevention and dignity. We specifically asked, We specifically asked the Council for the following actions. We're looking for some sustainable funding. We asked that the Council look beyond the rigid framework of a one-off grant and consider a bridging operational funding to sustain our service until the next partnership round. As the Napier City Business Incorporated noted in its letter of support, our shelter contributes to CBD community cohesion and public confidence. This will enable us to fund part of the voluntary support that is providing food, purposeful daytime activities, and crucially needed support for those whānau pounamu who are needed support in the courts, MSD, and with housing. So we believe in the spirit of Napier being a pilot city. We seek your advocacy to both central and local government, at central and local government level. We strongly support the officer's recommendation that Council write to Ministers Bishop and Tamapōtaka so that they recognise the success of your initiative at Ahuru Mowai and the work of volunteers who are addressing rough sleeping in Napier. We urge you to adopt a regional approach to homelessness and ask that you join your voice with that of the Hastings District Council to help us secure central government support for an extended program that's required for homelessness and other mental health resources. And on a more practical level, we urge the Council to follow through on the feasibility study for secure lockers, free public shower access, and accessible drinking water in the CBD. At present, people are forced to use shopping trundlers for their belongings, which affects both the city environment and their personal safety. Orange Sky are interested in being involved with set times when showers and marine parade could be made available, an hour here and there. They would provide laundry services at that time. In closing, I leave with you the words of the Eastern and Central Community Trust. This is not a charity, this is prevention. We've got the support of mana whenua, the business community, the major philanthropic trusts, and we have evidence that our model is working. We now need our council to partner with us so that this essential service can grow and flourish. Thanks for your time, thanks for being involved in this innovative pilot, and we look forward to your continued support and welcome any questions.
Right. Councillors, any questions on this side of things? Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. You indicated that WIT had an opportunity, or there was a opportunity with central government funding in relation to that organisation. My question is, has the Trust been the recipient, or are they going to be the recipient, direct funding from central government? Have you had any indication, having visited or had ministers visit here, that central government will provide funding?
No, not directly though. It's complicated because we don't have the credentials to be service providers around some of the housing elements, which is why the government agency that's in negotiations with WIT are going to WIT. And it looks, the way it seems is that WIT will take over the full running of Ahuru Mowai, which we're delighted with. They're doing it, the success of Ahuru Mowai is because of the program that WIT have put in place. We've facilitated it, you've facilitated it, the work's been done by WIT and the staff there.
Thank you.
Yes, we also have had, Maxine just reminded, we've had FTE support, we've had staffing support from the MSD as well, which has helped support the manager of Ahuru Mowai and also to have a person working on the street during the day.
Any further questions? No. Thank you for that, Mark. You're going to pop your other hat on now, the Pilot City Trust.
I'll take all my hats off.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, actually, I'm handing over to Alwyn. He's the chair of the Pilot City Trust.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. I'm Alwyn Corbett and I'm here today representing the Napier Pilot City Trust. I want to especially acknowledge Councillor Reihania. Shai is the council appointee to the Trust and she's made a great contribution over the last few months. Since 1986, our Trust has advocated for equity, justice and unity in Ahuru Napier. Every year we host Unity Day. This is the forum for the Robson Lecture, the theme being social justice, and the presentation of Pilot City Awards. And we thank Council for its continuing support in a grant to cover the venue hire for Unity Day. Beyond Unity Day, we connect and advocate in the community. We're here today to speak to our submission, which focuses on Council's role in fostering a connected, supportive and fair city for all residents. Regarding fees, while we initially supported option 1 for inner city CCTV monitoring, we now support option 3. We changed our mind after the recent murder conviction, largely facilitated by closed circuit television. Rather than just protecting property, we now see CCTV as essential to keep all people in Napier safe, and this should be a shared cost. A primary pillar of our submission is the building of Te Pihinga Community Hub in Maraenui. Maraenui is without doubt Napier's most vibrant, progressive and connected community. Over the last 4 years, we have seen a surge in community-led initiatives that are dramatically improving lives, and we can see them there on the screen. The time is right to recommit to Tipi Hinga. It was in the 2021 to 2031 long-term plan, which said we've also planned for projects to improve our people's connectedness and resilience, like building the Tipi Hinga Community Centre in Maraenui. Those comments are still valid. A community hub is a significant step in building a cohesive community in Maraenui. There is a wealth of progressive community-minded groups ready to make sure this space is well designed and fully used to serve the people of Maraenui. Our second major focus is ongoing support for Ahuru Mawai. 40 years ago, Napier was designated a pilot city by Dame Anne Herkes in recognition of our innovative community development. Ahuru Mawai is a modern continuation of that legacy. It's not about the building, it's about what happens inside and the transformation that happens. It's a genuine pilot project that clearly demonstrates how targeted interventions can move whānau from the street into permanent housing with positive outcomes across the board. Specifically, we urge the Council to support the points that Mark put up there in the previous presentation, continued funding for the Society, particularly daytime activity, showers, safe lockups, and explore the provision of portable sleeping pods. In closing, the Napier Pilot City Trust asks the Council to look at this annual plan as an opportunity to invest in the social fabric of our city. By supporting Tipi Hinga and Ahuru Mawai, you are choosing to invest in proven community success. We urge you to confirm your commitment to these projects to ensure Napier remains a city where everyone has a place to belong and support to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Elwyn. Questions from councillors? No, we're still very quiet, digesting lunch. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next up, we have from Unison Networks, Catriona and Jason.
Up and down or left and right?
Left and right. Just before we start, team, just a reminder to try and use the microphone so we can be heard online. And we'll just, there's a few leaving the room currently, so we'll just hold until we can quieten it back down.
All good. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Which, can I just do a quick look?
Yep, let's rip into it, guys.
Right. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Taranaki toku maunga, ko Waiwakau toku awa, ko Chio Consultants toku wahi mahi, no taupo ahau, ko Katrina Eagles toku ingoa, ko Jason Larkin ia. I'm Katrina Eagles from Chio Consultants. We're a Hawke's Bay-based consultancy just up the road by the warehouse, but I am from our Taupo office, and it was a nice drive over to the coast today. So nice to meet you all. It's my first time talking to you, but it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm here to speak on behalf of Unison, and Jason Larkin, the commercial manager from Unison, would like to open our presentation.
Thanks, Katrina. Tēnā koutou katoa. Just want to acknowledge Council and thanks for the opportunity to be able to speak. Also acknowledge Council officers who have helped us understood the intent and the sort of workings of the proposal and how it affects Unison. Look, we come here today to sort of speak in the context of our kind of wider relationship with the Council as another regional infrastructure provider with shared objectives and outcomes around resilience, wellbeing and growth. At the same time, we know we have shared challenges in terms of rising costs for infrastructure and how we fairly allocate those to those receiving services and driving those costs. So we very much understand the process Council is going through. Our key points are that the preferred proposal as part of the consultation doesn't do this, as it will rate infrastructure that is not on properties receiving services. So that's our linear infrastructure in the utility corridor, which provides services rather than receives services. And this is not consistent with the treatment of other users of the utility corridor or the road corridor, for example, transport, logistics, or even emergency services. Also, it is at odds with the principles of allocation for the purpose of rating, as we understand it under the legislation covering local government rating. Where this approach has been applied in other areas where Unison operates, we've seen our rates increase from around 0.1% of the total rate take to almost 1%. And, clearly that's disproportionate for the services received, by utilities versus all other users. And look, I think the sort of final thing, we just want to convey is that rates are passed directly through to utility consumers and in particular electricity distribution consumers under the Commerce Commission's mechanism for price and revenue setting. And we want to ensure that those prices and council rates that form part of that fairly allocate costs and efficiently signal the price for those services. I'll now hand over to Katrina to talk in a bit more detail to some of those key points.
Kia ora, thank you. So Unison is not opposed to Council's need to fund transport infrastructure. The concern is specific, that the proposed capital value-based targeted transport rate should not apply to utility service infrastructure in road corridors at a 2.6 differential. Utility networks provide essential services to the community. They are not ordinary road users and as such should not be treated in the same way as traffic generating commercial and industrial properties. The position is that the proposal does not adequately demonstrate a link between the charge, the benefit received from that charge by the network, or the costs caused by the network. So their key position is that the proposed rate will materially increase roading costs allocated to the utility networks in the road corridors. Unison agrees that roads need to be funded. The issue is whether it's fair and evidence-based to recover those costs from electricity and other utility networks simply because they occupy the corridor. Utility assets are there to serve homes, businesses and the wider community. Poles, lines, cables and underground assets do not consume road services in the same way as vehicles, freight operators and high traffic sites. We note that the 2.6 differential is at the higher end of differentials when compared to other councils. The use of capital value reflects the scale of the network, not the scale of road use. We also note that 50% of Unison's network is underground versus overhead. The practical outcome is that extra rates imposed on utility networks disproportionately allocates roading costs to utility consumers. Household businesses could end up paying for roads through normal rates and again through higher utility charges. Okay. So there are three concerns. Firstly, fairness. The proposal has not shown that utility networks receive a proportionate transport benefit or cause transport costs that justify the proposed differential. We note that the officer's recommendation states to recover costs through a new targeted rate based on each property's capital value to more accurately reflect the benefit a property receives from local services and infrastructure. The response is that Unison's consumer-owned utility network exists to serve the public, not to consume the transport network for commercial convenience. In terms of economic efficiency, utilities already pay direct costs when working on the corridor. This includes corridor access approvals, traffic management, inspections, reinstatement costs of works undertaken, and coordination requirements. Where a utility causes a direct cost, it already pays that cost. So an additional annual rate becomes a broad overhead charge rather than a cost recovery linked to actual road use or damage. The officer's report also states that rates are a form of taxation used to support services that deliver wider community benefits, recognising that people will use and value those services in different ways. The concern is that, when applied to utility providers, this risks higher consumer prices, distorted investment signals, and a reduced transparency in how transport costs are recovered. In terms of legislative and policy consistency, the National Utility Access Framework is designed to allow utilities to access corridors while councils recover direct and reasonable costs. Using a targeted rate to impose an additional charge risks undermining that framework. The proposal is also not consistent with the NPS for electricity networks, which recognises the functional need for electricity networks to be located in road corridors. Applying a transport charge to corridor assets risks converting the corridor into a revenue source rather than a managed public corridor where direct costs are recovered through established processes. No, didn't go to the... There we go. So Unison asks Council to assess the actual road use and damage caused by utility works, to test the proposal against the Utility Access Framework and the Local Government Act principles, and consider the status quo option or a better targeted funding pool. So the preferred option is option 2, this funding through the general rate on land value. Alternatively, to give you an option, if Council proceeds with a utility transport rate, Unison asks that it reconsiders that calculation, including a lower differential, more consistent with other councils, and a recognition that a significant proportion of the network, 50%, does not require excavation or road damage to be maintained. So in closing, Unison support well-funded, resilient transport infrastructure. However, the proposed targeted rate as applied to utility networks is not sufficiently justified. It risks shifting the general roading costs onto essential service providers and possibly onto Napier consumers. Unison asks Council to reconsider this aspect of the general plan and adopt an approach that is fair and evidence-based and consistent with the framework for utility accesses to road corridors. Thank you for your time. We're happy to take any questions.
Right. Yeah, I've just got a question from the chair here first up. Unison covers a lot of our district area, a number of territorial authorities. What percentage of the territorial authorities use the capital as opposed to what we've currently got? Do you know that answer?
We did some research on that, and in terms of the 10 councils' research, which some Unison cover, the majority of them do use the capital value, but they at a lower differential.
Yep.
Taupo is 1.8, Rotorua is 1.3. I've got the notes there. That's off the top of my head, but yeah, so they do use capital largely. There are other councils who still use land value, but it is at a lower differential. I think your staff have researched that recently too.
Yep, thank you.
So in terms of the 4 main council areas, 2 are using capital value.
Any further questions, Councillor Crystal?
Just following on from the chair. So how much is the differential in the other councils using CV?
Just give me a minute.
I think it varies from 1.8 up to around mid-2s. And we did submit when those councils went down this path as well. And as I say, unfortunately, they maintained their stance, and that saw us now paying almost 1% of their total rate take, which clearly is not a proportionate outcome versus all rate payers and as users of services.
Any further questions? No. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, next up we have Tony Cunningham from Woolworks New Zealand Limited, and it's submission number 303, and it's on page 88 if you're looking for it.
Left and right. Scott. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak today. My name's Tony Cunningham, representing Woolworks New Zealand Limited, New Zealand's only wool scouring company, providing wool scouring services to the entire New Zealand wool industry through large industrial processing sites at Aotearoa, Clive and Timaru. A couple of fun facts about wool, just to give you a sense of the industry. 22.3 million sheep, down from 75 million in the mid-80s. 120 million kgs of wool production annually from 20,000 wool growers, of which 88% of this is exported. Contributing in 23-24 just on 400 million to the New Zealand economy. As of today, with a good increase in wool prices, we're up over 500 million now, and producing 50% of the world's highest quality strong wool. A little bit about what we do. Effectively washing greasy wool, as you can see in the top picture, turning it into clean wool post-scouring. So effectively washing and drying the wool through a wet treatment process, enabling that wool then to be used in the next stage of manufacturing for dyeing, spinning, carding, and then manufacture into products. This slide highlights some key facts about Woolworks and wool processing in New Zealand. The proposed trade waste increase has the potential to shut down the business, losing all the social and economic benefits it produces. We understand that infrastructure has a cost, but we already pay a considerable amount to the operation, maintenance and upgrade of the trade waste network, totalling nearly $500,000 annually. We are investigating and investing in options to improve the quality of the water we discharge and the trade waste system. While there are significant costs as noted on the slide, we also have made significant investments in the plant, which will be lost if the plant were to close. The statements on this slide highlight that the rural sector and associated industries are vital to the district and region. The proposed implementation of an increase in trade waste fees without any associated analysis of the impact of these increases on the viability of the industries in the region and district is, in our view, short-sighted. There is a process which Napier City Council devised through the creation of a bylaw. We accept that trade waste fees may need to change, but we consider that this should be through a fair and transparent process rather than what appears to be an arbitrary increase or a CPI adjustment. And this needs to be in conjunction with the key industry stakeholders. This slide details that an arbitrary increase in trade waste fees of 15% per cubic metre in our case, without consideration of the consequences, is ill-conceived. The proposed increase would also have the effect of discouraging investment and improving discharge quality. The current increase ignores the Napier City Council bylaw. We have not been provided a rationale for the increase other than that there is council direction to begin recovering approximately 60% of operational costs, but no detail on how these operational costs have been determined. We seek assurance that trade waste customers are not subsidising users of, for example, the wastewater system, which is subject to a much higher level of treatment. We've also been advised that a report has been commissioned by Council and we will get a chance to participate in the more detailed trade waste charging consultation later this year, but we do not have any details on what the report is considering, its terms of reference or the process taken for it to be commissioned, i.e. the GETS process. Without this context, it's unclear how we can be expected to engage effectively in the fee setting process. We respectfully request that fees are not changed nor a CPI adjustment implemented until a robust process is followed to ensure they are reasonable and proportionate to the costs of the trade waste system. And finally, just a slide there on the strategic asset of wool scaring in New Zealand, contributing to a $1 billion wool economy. Thank you.
Team, any questions for Tony? Councillor Lawrence.
Through the chair. Thank you, Tony. What's your staff numbers at Woolworks and your contribution to our Hawke's Bay economy?
In total across the group, we're 132 full-time equivalent staff, of which about 50% are in Hawke's Bay and the balance in Timaru. Economic contribution to wages is in excess of $2 million per annum across the group.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your time. Tony?
Just finally, welcome Mayor and councillors to come and see us, and we'll show you what we do anytime.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Better to him.
Right. Next up, we have Brandon Watts from Hawke's Bay Protein Limited, and I understand he's zooming in online. There we go.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Vaguely. If you can speak up a little bit, we'll see.
I'll do my best. Is that any better?
Yeah.
That's better. I'll just check with our IT that we're getting it. You happy? Yep. Carry on, mate. All good.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. I'm Brandon Watts, appearing on behalf of Hawke's Bay Protein. Thank you for permitting me to appear remotely today. I also want to thank Tony Cunningham, who just spoke for Woolworks, and certainly Hawke's Bay Protein echoes the submissions that he made. We've lodged a written submission, and I won't repeat it for you, but I just want to speak to a few key points.
Yes, sorry, Tony, I'll just stop you. Councillors, page 93, if you're looking for the submission.
95.
95, sorry.
The heading's on 93, but the guts is on 95.
Carry on.
By way of introduction, Hawke's Bay Protein operates a rendering plant in Awatoto, and it is the only rendering service in the Hawke's Bay region and the only independent renderer for lamb in the North Island. The plant provides an essential service for the meat industry, and it renders up to 600 tonnes per day of animal waste that would otherwise have to be diverted and potentially disposed of by landfill or burial or other means. So it really provides an essential service, sometimes accurately described as one of the oldest forms of recycling for the industry. Hawke's Bay Protein holds a trade waste permit and has recently installed a new on-site wastewater treatment plant at a cost of about $5.1 million, with associated running costs of approximately $800,000 per year, to improve the quality of its discharges into the Napier City Council system. And I note that because the trade waste bylaw has prescribes a specific method for calculating fees and charges for the disposal of trade waste. And in Schedule C of the bylaw, you find that the fees for trade waste are to be calculated with regard to a range of factors, including the pre-treatment devices installed on the site. So Hawke's Bay Protein and other operators have invested heavily in upgrading their systems, reliant on the assurance in the bylaw that those measures that they've undertaken will be taken into account in calculation of their trade waste charges. Now, Hawke's Bay Protein raises two main issues with the proposed flat volumetric, a flat increase on the volumetric charge. The first of those is that the proposed increase is not consistent with the method for charging trade waste fees that is specified in the council's bylaw. Now, that submission has been reviewed by Simpson Grierson for the council, and I've had the opportunity to consider Simpson Grierson's legal advice that was appended to the agenda for this meeting. And I would note that Simpson Grierson agreed that it would be unlawful for the council to charge or make changes to the basis upon which it charges trade waste fees on a different basis to that which is required by the trade waste bylaw. So from my perspective, that really answers the question of whether this proposed increase can lawfully be made. The second major point that's raised in the submission relates to whether there has been fair and adequate consultation about this increase to the charges. And Hawke's Bay Protein would say no, there hasn't been sufficient consultation. The basis for the particular increase that's been proposed has not been clearly explained, and that's not something that stakeholders have been able to fairly engage with. And that's a point that the Simpson Grierson legal advice agreed with as well. The recommendation in that advice was that the council maintain the existing trade waste charge. That means not increasing it by a CPI, pending the anticipated changes to the trade waste bylaw and consultation on the charging model. And Hawke's Bay Protein submits that that's exactly what should happen, that any increases should be paused while the council advances its trade waste charging model and any associated changes to the bylaw. And Hawke's Bay Protein very much hopes to be engaged in early and meaningful consultation about the bylaw and the charging model.
Thank you. You finished your submission? Sorry, we haven't. Okay, thank you. Any questions from the team? No, yet again, all very quiet. Thank you for your submission and enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now take a short break.
No.
No, we won't.
Sorry, tell you.
Back to track.
Oh, you can take a short break. We've got Barry coming in at 2:50 and Andrew coming in at 2:30. That's why I've missed you.
We can have a 10-minute break.
Yes, you can have a break.
Right, team, we'll now take a 10-minute break. I stipulate 10 minutes because we'll have someone back here at 2:15 ready to go. We've got Barry with us now, submission number 322, page 113. Barry, just to confirm, you've got 5 minutes and there'll be some questions. And if you'd like to come up to the front, we can, just up the top here. Barry Parsonson. Last one on this.
Submission up on the board.
113. I presume this is the front.
Yes.
321.
Yep. Barry, I will ask you to use the microphone because we're being beamed out live on the YouTube channel, so it's easier for the everyone to hear it.
Yeah, I'm hard of hearing anyway, so I do my best to hear.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Essentially, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate that. I live at 170 Kaimata Road, which is on the just about near the turnoff onto State Highway 5 to Taupo. Previous council changes in the rating system, in valuation, had increased our rates last year. And the proposed change aimed at deleting the rural-urban categorisation by incorporating us within the city boundaries in a more formal way. This will increase our rates further, but didn't appear to recognise the fact that these increases come with no additional or beneficial council services in our region. Functionally, the council is requiring us to continue to maintain and service our personally funded rainwater supply, water tanks, pump, and water treatment equipment. So that was $5,000 just recently to replace the pump. Our own sewage system, which it costs around $1,000 per year to maintain, and for the section of private road that runs out in front of our property, we're responsible for maintaining and repairing that. Each time we use a tap to flush our toilet, we use electricity. Our sewage plant uses electricity to function, and neither of these associated costs are experienced by persons living within the city boundary. Yet we will still be expected to contribute $1,300 for the maintenance of a communal pump that supplies our property development with untreated water suitable for gardens and lawns. This pump, which is on a small common plot, is rated as well. And in fact, we are charged for rubbish and recycling collection fees, even though rubbish and recycling has never been put out at this place. As a result of the currently proposed rating changes, we'll be expected to pay charges for a number of services from which we don't benefit on any regular basis. For example, if I pay for public transport, I have to drive total of 8 kilometres there and back to Bayview, catch a bus at 9:49 a.m. into the city, walk to a supermarket, shop, wait for a 12:18 bus back to Bayview, and I've happened to miss that bus. I have to wait until 4:24 p.m. to get the next available bus back to Bayview. Our rural isolation has meant that we've established our own resources and services that compensate for those primarily offered to city-owned dwellers. As everyone is aware, the cost increases relating to property insurance, fuel, electricity, food purchases, and property maintenance have soared along with rates. As a result of being asset-rich and cash-poor and primarily reliant on national superannuation and some supplementary earnings, we're now forced to sell the home we built and move into 20 years ago. We will leave the Hawke's Bay with many happy memories and with some sadness. I have two questions for the council because this information wasn't necessarily clear in what we received. First, what provision is there for subdivision of properties? Not that my property would necessarily benefit from that because it's fairly vertical in places. And what provision is there for keeping stock such as sheep, cattle, horses, or even the household hens? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. I'll just ask if the councillors have got any questions for you. No, nothing to add at this stage. Thank you for your time and your presentation.
Thank you. Because I didn't submit the full presentation, I've got a copy of it for the council for the records.
Yes, that'd be. We can hand that down this way, and we can get that distributed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, team. We are waiting. I think we've got two more submitters today, but we're running very ahead of time. So we might just take another break until 2:30, and we'll see if one of our other submitters arrives.
On the ride home, missed the bus.
just reconvene our meeting. We'll just see if we're ready to go live. We are. We have Glenn Lucas here from the Mitre 10 Sports Park. Glenn, just to remind you that you've got 5 minutes to talk, 5 minutes for questions. You know the drill quite well with us, so I'll leave it with you.
I'd just like to now declare a conflict of interest with this present submission.
Yep, we'll note that.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Richard. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Glenn Lucas aho no Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park Trust. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Firstly, I really wanted to acknowledge the developing partnership between the sports park and Napier City Council and the contribution of elected members and officers so far. We appreciate the financial pressures that councils are currently operating under and the competing priorities that council are balancing through this annual plan process. So our submission is centred around one key point. Mitre 10 Park already delivers significant participation and community benefit for Napier residents, and we believe there is value in recognising and supporting that regional role through an operational contribution from NCC. Okay. So Mitre 10 Park operates as a regional facility across a number of sports and activities. The figures on this slide represent indicative membership and participation estimates from selected sports where the park plays a significant regional role. Importantly, these are existing membership patterns already occurring every week. Each member will be visiting the park multiple times during the season for games and practices. So across these sports alone, there are more than 11,000 Napier-based memberships for activities that are delivered at Mitre 10 Park. So just to identify a few of these, there's approximately 55% of the netball participants are Napier-based participants, around about 38% with hockey, and around 30% for touch and for canoe polo. So these figures represent the reality that Mitre 10 Park functions as part of a wider Hawke's Bay sporting network rather than serving only one district. From NCC's perspective, regional participation at Mitre 10 Park also helps reduce pressures for duplicate facility provision and future investment within Napier itself. The park plays an important role within that wider regional network by complementing existing provision and supporting shared regional participation outcomes. My last slide is gone. Ah, there he is. So our request. So Mitre 10 Park operates on a partnership funding model involving user charges, commercial sponsorship, grant funding and council support. Like many organisations, basically all organisations within the community sector, we are operating in an increasingly challenging environment. Sponsorship and external funding are becoming more difficult, while the ability for clubs and participants to absorb increasing costs is limited. At the same time, we have operational pressures continuing to increase across our infrastructure. So our request to NCC is for a proportionate operational contribution of $30,000 per annum, recognising the annual participation, the regional participation and community benefit already being delivered to Napier residents. It is not an expansion request. So it is about helping to sustain existing regional partnership opportunities and supporting infrastructure that is already heavily used by Napier residents. We see really strong alignment with NCC Spaces and Places for All strategic priority. So in our region, people across various regions go to the facilities that best meet their regional needs. So this helps to reduce duplication, and it's just a reality of how we are geographically structured. So thank you for the opportunity to present today. As I said, we really value the relationship with Napier City Council and the deepening opportunities for collaboration across a whole lot of different areas. And we're very happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions of Glenn this afternoon? No, still very quiet in the room today. Oh, Roger's got one for us. Oh, sorry, Councillor Brownlee.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Is this normal? Are we normally giving 30 per annum every year, or is this a new contribution request?
It's a new request for an operational contribution, yes. We haven't had an operational funding relationship like this previously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions, team? No, thank you, Glenn.
Okay,
yeah.
Easy. Thank you.
So team, we do have two more submitters yet to arrive, but we have one booked in for 2:40 and another one at 2:30. So we may be in luck very shortly. So if we just hop offline again and we'll reconvene. Just going to reconvene our meeting. We have our last two speakers for the afternoon here. Just for our speakers, just let you know that you've got 5 minutes to speak, 5 minutes for questions, and submitters' presentations must relate directly to their written submission and not introduce new items. And you'll get a bell at about 4 minutes to remind you of where you're at. Now, our first speaker up is Andrew Hollywood, and submission number 327, and it's actually on page 532. It may not be in your short version.
It's in volume 2 of 2.
Yep. So Andrew, the trick is up to the front here.
Where is it?
And the time is yours, but I will ask you to speak into the microphone because we are being beamed out live and being recorded, so everyone can hear.
Thank you.
Yep. The floor is yours.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I realise that my arguments are probably similar to or the same as preceding submissions that you have had, but they are valid and important. I believe that the breadth of concern is expressed here today. So the first item I'd like to speak to is the removal of the 10% rating differential for rural residential properties. I believe that following on from a disproportionate increase in rates compared to residential properties, which has occurred over the preceding 3 years, the remaining 10% differential is proposed to be removed, signalling actually another 18% increase for rural residential ratepayers without any improvements to services or to justify any said increase. There's no provision to change in either the council's bylaws or the district plan to allow rural residential ratepayers to realise improvements on land or the ability to effect improvements on land due to the the type of land they are. No ability to add value, and the council seeks to increase the percentage of rating without improving any of the services. Given that the council is focused on rating properties for fair usage of services, I question how this removal of a differential without any in-service improvement subscribes to a user pays model. So that's my first point. My second point is over the decision to nominate a preferred option of rating when considering a change to the general rating system. At the council meeting on the 3rd of March, council officials presented 3 options for review of the revenue and finance policy. The partial capital value model was presented second and nominated as the preferred option before the full range of options was declared, or even the full capital value option was tabled, and described as the more transparent and fairer option. The full capital value option was tabled and described as the transparent and more fairer option before being dismissed as, and quote, not practical as at this time due to so much change and reform hitting council, we don't believe that it's the right time to do this move. Given that with the exception of only a couple of councils, Napier being one of them, can council outline what factors affected this decision? A decision that effectively, in my view, minimises rates burden on both high-intensity apartment dwelling or unit dwellings on small land parcels and also high-value properties. Both of these property types likely to utilise core council services to a much higher duty cycle than, say, a single dwelling or rural residential ratepayers. So I'd appreciate if the council could share the decision process and reasoning for dismissing the option of a full capital value and suggest why we're at odds with the majority of councils around the country, especially given the acknowledgements at the presentation on the 3rd of March that, one, a full capital value more accurately reflects the property's requirements from local services and infrastructure, and again I'm quoting from the submission that was given. It decreases change requirements for rates when revaluations occur. 3, it's a fairer way to charge for multi-unit dwellings. And 4, more accurately reflects growth. Those are my questions.
Right. What I neglected to say at the start is we're actually here to listen to what you have to say today and ask you any questions of clarification, as opposed to us being here debating and answering those specifically at this time.
Yeah, and I fully appreciate that. It's just I'm posing these questions to be responded to in a timely manner.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Thank you. So what I'll ask the team if they've got any questions from with regards to your presentation. And there doesn't appear to be any, so thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
It's never easy.
I appreciate that.
Yep, never easy getting up in front of us, so well done for doing so.
Thank you.
Right. Next up, we have Gil Bass. If he's Jill. Got that one wrong. Jill, 5 minutes for your presentation. And we'll allow 5 minutes for some questions. Okay. And, we're here to listen to what you have to say. Yeah.
Okay, hi, how are you? My name's Gillian Bass, and I've probably owned my lifestyle property up at Kamada Heights, which has been divided and what do they call it? It's been expanded on for years over the time. Our lifestyle block where we're in Kamada Heights, and that is, we actually own and operate everything ourselves, bar the, this rubbish and the recycling. So everything we own, operate, maintain, even our bore, everything we have is maintained by us. So when we actually have increasing rates, or I can understand why that happens in this day and age, because of roading and all the rest of it. And I did hear from a colleague that you're not responsible for all the roads, but you probably still have to contribute to them. I'm not sure. But I know we have to distribute our rates evenly and fairly. We all know that up there. But because we're maintaining everything ourselves, even we're still sorting things out from Gabriel. We're managing all that ourselves and paying for it. And most of us is only one person or two people paying for those up there. So I'm thinking, what I'm saying to you is that we don't have a body corp, we don't have anyone over us helping us with our land. We actually work it every day, pretty much so. The problem I've got too is that we don't even have a bike track or a walking track from the bottom of Kamada Road. How many times have those roads been done? And I just don't know who's responsible for that. But my question is, who is responsible for it? And is there likelihood that we're going to have a safe and like a bike track at some point? I know some people said, that's nothing to do with what we're doing, but I'm going to put that in because it's the only time I've got to actually ask some council that. But my question to you is that if we are up there in Kamada Heights, and I understand that some part of Bayview is different, a lot of parts are different from where we are, please consider the fact that we are paying and maintaining everything ourselves, bar the rubbish collection. Most of us go to the tip a lot of the time as well. I worry that if we have it residential, change the category to residential, most of us worry about that because there'll be a lot of subdivision that they'll be allowed up there, or is that the case? Is the case that if we're going to be residential, are we going to alter our water supply or our septic supplies? Do you alter that for us, or do we just pay for residential and actually get nothing out of it? That's what I'm saying. We do have animals up there. Residential, does that mean that, when you actually look at what residential means, it feels like we're not even allowed to have animals, maintaining our land. Some of us have got 4 or 5 acres up there. That's old-fashioned, I know, so many hectares, but So I'm questioning to you, saying, what are we likely, if we do make a change, what are we likely to expect, and how does that impact on us as a legally as a rural lifestyle property? I spent a lot of time with a lawyer before I bought that property. I used to live in Ahuriri. I spent a lot of time over it saying, I don't want to be involved with Maori land. I also don't want to be involved with changes, and this is what I want. And they said, absolutely, there'll be no changes. This is your legal right. So I'm just questioning to you and saying, if you do all this change, how does that impact on us as a group up there? Thank you.
That's right. I'll just ask the team if they've got any questions they'd like to ask you.
And I need a bike track, you guys.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Much appreciated that you come and speak with us today. Thank you very much. Cool. Right, we're done. This concludes the presentations by submitters. We will adjourn the meeting and reconvene on Thursday, the 28th of May, 2026 at 9:30 back at this location. So we're done. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, no, because we're only reconvening. Yeah.